the Bambi, the Bambi routes. So they do small work just to let the car to pass over.
Exactly, yes.
I don't know
It
if
would be like
it is the
a
case.
collaboration with some others, like
Yes.
donors or a national, international organization, like how it's happened in with the UNICEF and NRC and NFDHR. So why don't we like go out of the box and try to make this idea, like, I know it's possible, it's impossible, but
So since it is impossible, so we don't need to
yeah,
write it down.
it is because the proposal is only for us. So I go like so far because
I
it's still
think-
like between us.
I think this could be possible from different perspective. If you are going
Yes.
to create like integrated project for education and child protection, sometimes you could work on that. So for the child protection, you will you talked about safety, long distances. To what extent? I mean, this could be compensated like by transportation or different way. And in general, there could be like a window. Once you make sure you reflect not only these issues, you could reflect on different child protection. For example, yeah, because we know Qiblat al-Mahwit, we know that there are no land mines, for example. So we never mentioned that we need to declare the road free of landmines. So this is for sure is not there. So we still need to think about child protection issues. So that once you reflect this, it becomes like child protection.
It might happen. Yeah. Okay. I see. Thank you.
Yes, and also you don't need to see rough roads. You could see, for example, could be maybe safety in the way to school or safety. I mean, you reflect exactly the protection issues. Because usually the rough roads, usually all villages are rough. So it's not something we will be surprised, but this could be like huge, like something very different than other places. Still is good. I mean, we can still work on that and under child protection. Again, maybe sometimes, although not all the donors will accept, it could be even under food. Like, for example, there is what is called food for education. So it's like you give cash for work for people in the area, and then we hire them for three months. For example, we hire 300 people of them for 3 months, or just 100 or 50 people, and then we give them cash for work on daily basis to reconstruct like the roads and making sure that it's accessible for children. This is another way, and it could be still part of child protection. It might be also protection.
Okay, because Dr. Adel, when I was reading about like a district or a governor that needs help in education and other stuff, I found that in Qiblat Minham the main problem is they can't reach the schools, and I found that the route, it's not like the other districts or يعني القرى الأخرى يعني. Yes, it's really dangerous even for like adults. How about the kids? Yes. However, I know this is إن هذه التدخلات ما بتحصلش anyway في المشاريع التعليم. However, قلت I will give it a try.
No, Maram, just to be very clear, it's not that they are not funded. It's just the traditional donors we are working with, they don't support such activities. But
I understand, yes.
Yeah, but I'm sure there are many foundations out there. Like if you search for donors, they could be in Europe and the United States. They are not the traditional ones. Sometimes
maybe they will.
Yeah, and sometimes what you just mentioned here is something that making them more like they will see some challenge, new different challenge that they will be happy to solve. And you know why? Because such activities are great to document. So for example, for many donors, they would like to support this activity because it will mean a lot for them if you could document like a good video, how was the situation and how it became. I mean, they will like it. In general,
Okay.
let's not just like go and change everything, just to think more about it, like the way and the best way is how to engage everyone in the community to contribute to the solution in a way.
Okay.
There could be no cash for work. It could still be education, but what we will do is that we establish education community, education committee in the area, and then
Okay.
we support their initiatives, like we support their regular meetings and talking to community, and let's say they could advocate within the community until they try themselves to find a solution and work on that, and they
Okay.
could do a lot of follow up for that. So you could
Okay.
build on like build a community structure like the committees who could take it as their accountability to keep children going to school. I mean, this is the way we could work on education, and still we keep the same problem and we find a solution.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Adil.
Okay, let's see the education capabilities. Still, I mean, not everyone is here. We have, of course, Olga will not be with us today, but I think we are missing a lot until now. Okay, we will keep discussing this project. So we have now education capabilities in general, shortage of awareness. And by the way, once you talk about awareness, are you talking about like the education service providers or community?
Community.
Yeah. So as long as it's community, it should be under.
Yes, I made it like with red color and the solution tree because I was like wondering, like, should I move it? Should I keep
Yeah,
it?
but why we create these responsible entities,
So,
like we
yeah,
just to know exactly where we put this bullet point, and
yeah,
and then when we create an activity and a solution for that, it will be under
okay,
the same component, under the same output. It will fit into the same output and the same specific objective.
okay,
But it's now, for example, it's like an activity that will not fit to the same output. That's the idea.
yeah, okay, got it.
Shortage of educational equipment in schools, that's fine. Sometimes we need to clarify it more because, like equipment we know is describing, but it's not very specific. Usually in
Okay,
education, you need to make sure, are you talking about basic furniture, specific tools, like school in a box tools for teachers,
okay,
black or whiteboard,
okay.
curriculum, cheers, or let's say anything
Good.
like related. Yeah, you need to
So,
specify.
so if I'm going to mention these, like to be more specific in this, shall I like mention it like teacher in box and these stuff, chairs, bags, desks, like, and write it in the
Yeah, because you know when
the
you
educational equipment of schools.
yeah
Should I
because
write
you
it
know
after it?
yeah the idea here is that any point you put it here, it's like a question that you will ask when you do the need assessment, or you call, you visit. So if you go and ask, do you have equipments in the school, they don't know what exactly you are asking about.
Yeah, I got it. So it's
Yeah,
going to be like shortage of educational equipment in school, comma, like desks, comma, like this. I mentioned all what I am going to need.
and also you need to separate, for example, let's see the discs, the المقاعد المزدوجة, double discs, or I
Yeah,
don't know.
double discs. Yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
So for example, the discs, they need to be mentioned like separately, because once you do a solution, you will have like a separate tender. You will have a separate
Okay.
activity, a separate line of budget. Like the implementation is actually very difficult. For example, you will need to have sometimes two different tenders, one for buying new ones, another one to renovate the old ones. So it's like huge, just to talk about the discs.
Yes. I see. Okay.
Yeah, so anything that would be a separate line item in the budget, would be much better if we mention it like separately, and it helps
Okay.
us to have like a separate activity, so we become very smart. So when we say like provide or support or buy, procure and distribute, let's say 500 school desks,
Yes.
and then we will have another activity. For example, support the schools with let's say interactive learning methodologies. They could be just some no, not interactive learning methodologies. There is what do we call that? There are tools that we give it to the kids to play in the school. What are they?
Kits.
Recreational
Fictional
kits.
kits.
Yes,
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 exactly.
yes. So, for example, recreational kits, they need to be reflected differently because it's a different activity, a different solution,
Okay.
a different line item in the budget, and so on.
Okay.
I mean, that's the way you. So you need to be very specific. In general, it's good.
Okay.
By the way, it's really good.
Okay.
It's just how can we make it very matured? It needs to
Yes.
be yes.
Okay.
Yeah, lack of male to and female teachers in schools. Yes, lack of electricity or solar energy in many schools. This could be, yeah, this is very important. I mean, it's a nice
Here
point
I
to raise.
specified that.
Yeah, this is
It's a
very
solar
nice.
energy. Okay. Okay. I got it.
Yeah, basic furniture. If we talk
This is
about the desks,
this is duplicated. Like now, I will like specify it more like in the.
exactly. Exactly. Government lack of interest in education in the schools of this region. It might not be this. It might be that they have no operation cost to cover the needed expenses for the area. So
Okay.
sometimes it's like a different perspective because usually it's not. We can never see that the lack of interest because they should be accountable as long as they are.
Yeah.
What we need to do is that how can we think to support them so that they really act? What is the kind of support?
Okay.
The deficient role, or can we say deficient role, or
Maybe weak
okay.
supervision to and support to the
Okay.
targeted area or the targeted schools could be like that. And
Okay.
weakness, we know weakness is because they don't have a budget. They can't make decisions because they really can. They don't have the privilege to do the action. That's the problem. So
Okay.
it will be our responsibility to understand exactly why this is happening,
Okay.
and we create an activity. Could be providing expenses for them to do the follow up, to do the visits, to help them to revisit the schools again and think again about them. It's normal. I mean, everywhere.
Okay.
Lack of incentives and salaries and this that stopped during the war. Also, yeah, we know we will do incentives, so it's very clear. In general,
Okay.
it's really good.
Okay.
It's just like
It
we
need
try to make
more
it
work
perfect.
on it. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. In terms of parents and communities, we talked about lack of awareness of parents about the importance of education for their children because and now we think just to more clarification, there is the absence of role models for communities, so they know that all those who studied like for 20 years, they graduated from university and then they didn't find a job.
Yes, I agree. Right.
Yeah,
This is
so
right.
they think why should I do this and make my child very much thinking about education, and at the end he will be unemployed. But
Okay.
because there is no role model, they never encourage their children education. But sometimes if you use a different approach, they could have great role models in the community, and they could change their mind. Yeah, so it's good. I mean, in general, lack
So
of
in this situation, what shall we do? Like, shall we
it's like
like
it's not enough to say education is important. You need
yeah
to have
to
like
prove this to them that this is
like
really important.
because awareness, usually you bring someone who thinks that he understand and they don't understand. But
Yeah,
no,
I
this
see.
type of activity need community discussion. You need to
Yes.
discuss with the children, with parents, with fathers and mothers, like separately. You need to have like many times like discussing with the communities, giving them like the way they should contribute and talk and explore
Yeah.
about the opportunities they could have for their children. So yeah, the
Okay.
community need a lot of work for this.
Yeah, this
Okay.
is really insightful. Great.
Yes, lack of community acceptance of girls' education. This is another issue, and I like it because you didn't mention, for example, you say child marriage, because many people they see child marriage,
Yeah.
and usually it's like they are driving us to protection once they talk about
Yes.
child marriage.
Yes,
But
exactly.
now you made it very specific: lack of community acceptance of girls' education, which means we need to educate them about. Here we should just talk about the rights. They should be educated as a human right.
Yes.
Like this is important. Okay, lack of financial capacity or ability for parents to support children for education. Here we can provide school bags, we can provide stationaries, community orientation to raise children for a livelihood. About
Okay.
education. Okay, this is exactly reflecting what we were thinking about the awareness.
Awareness.
Yes.
Okay.
The only missing, as you see here, usually, if you go to the minimum standards for education in emergencies, if you go to INE standard, there should
Okay.
be a community committee. If the community already has fathers and mothers council, then they are already the community. Then you can work with them, and you need to mention that, like, fathers and mothers council is not there, or they are not active, or they are not participating enough, and then you build activities for them. If there is no fathers and mothers council, whether you establish that one and activate it on regular basis during the whole lifetime of the project, or you could create a community committee for education. You give them training, and then you give them let's say incentives to meet every month, and they should have a plan for every month. What should they do for raising awareness of the community? How can they follow up each dropped out in their community, whether it's a girl or a boy. So they are the only ones who will look for the dropped out of schools, and they will go to like home visits, trying to understand why this children is not or why this child is not going to school, whether it's a boy or a girl. So their role is crucial in education projects, and especially for emergencies. This community could be built, like could be done here with the roads and safety and things, or the best way they could be here, and then they will be responsible not only for like convincing the families to take their children to school, but they could be responsible for raising support for the children. They could be responsible for doing the initiatives to improve the roads and safety within the area. So this is a very important component in the project. Okay, great. So now we see in the difficult roads, we see difficulty in improvement, in movement and availability, maybe. And yes, you mean an inavailability, right? Inavailability
Yes. Right.
of transportation for students due to the nature of the mountainous heights. Okay. Okay. You can see here to school. Lack of basic and essential supplies in schools, and financial return for teachers to facilitate access to high quality education services. Okay. And lack of awareness of community and parents of important. Okay, this is good. This is great. So the students of the Qibla Milhan, yeah, it's nice that you mentioned here. Area do not
That's
have.
why I didn't mention it later. Like it's
yeah, but it's good because you focused here on the target, the affected group, which are I mean, who are the students.
Okay.
But here you mentioned about the routes. Here you mentioned about the school environment. Here you mentioned about community. So you are sticking to the approach. This is beautiful. Okay, right. Okay, do not have the most basic right to education due to the lack of easiest basics of high quality education. Great. You will rephrase it the best way.
Okay.
And then education has improved, okay, at all aspects and has risen to a higher level in Quebec. Great. We will go to the
Yeah.
solution tree just very quickly. We'll not spend a lot of time.
Okay. Okay.
So here you say you talked about some
Fences on the.
yes, some work like on the road, provision of transportation, paving areas. Okay, this is responding to the needs you mentioned. They will be
Yes.
changed once you are changing them or adding the role of community initiatives, support, like started by community committees, whom you will train and establish.
Okay.
Here, providing educational equipment, we mentioned to be more specific, improve
Yeah.
of rebuilding the rehabilitating classrooms, nominating volunteers for the region. Great. We're conducting workshops and so on. Great. That brings the government teachers with the schools administration to strengthen relations and draw government's attention to school. Okay, yeah, you mean here we can have like advocacy workshops,
Yes.
bringing the let's say the leadership of education staff with the
Yes.
community leaders and school principals and teachers and discuss together how can we improve the education environment.
Yes. Yes. Like we can make a connect between them.
Okay, great.
If there's a gap. If there's a gap.
Yeah, that usually is really important. And allocate
Okay.
incentives for teachers, volunteers during the school year. Okay. Yeah, sometimes here when we say allocate incentives, if the project's 12 months, then you say allocate incentives for 10 months for teachers. You need to be very specific.
Okay. Okay.
And also you try to bring numbers, like for how many teachers,
Okay.
awareness campaigns. Again, yeah, just the
This is
number.
the duplication. I will fix it later.
Yeah, you will fix. I think it's clear now. I'm sure. Okay,
Yes.
now to improve the roads between homes and schools in order to preserve the instances. Still, you need to make them measurable. You make it time bound.
To make it what? Sorry, come again.
Time bound. You need to specify the time this will be achieved. So, for example, you see by the end of 2025.
Okay. Okay.
Or
Okay.
for 12 months. Or you need to
Okay.
make that. To improve the quality of education services and provide teachers in schools in the region. I think you could just say to improve the quality of education services in how many schools, and
Okay.
and also in all objectives you need to mention the area so that you become more specific, measurable, achievable time.
Okay.
And also to be realistic and relevant to exactly the need in the community, which is already relevant and realistic.
Okay.
To improve the awareness of all parents. Again, you need to mention, at least you bring like as close number as possible. So you could say
Okay.
maybe
try to make it happen.
1,000 parents, like 100 parents, or you see fathers and mothers and
Okay.
community leaders and so on. Yeah, for here, you need to make sure that everything here is not like an activity. So now this is like activity. So it's like you are working here. So
Okay.
usually we use the past tense and usually we use the passive form. So we start with the object and then we continue. So for example, here we talk about the routes, for example. We could say that, for example, 2 kilometers of road paved and become safe for children to go to school. So it's like we make it in like in the past tense, but we start with the routes. And I mentioned, for example, 5 kilometers or how much, so that we make it very specific.
Okay.
Here we can see, for example, let's say we are talking about 2 schools, for example. We can say 2 schools in Qiblat al-Mahwid had improved education or become education or children-friendly schools, or you could see even, as you mentioned here, the quality of education has improved in 2 schools at Qiblat al-Mahwid.
Okay.
This is the way, like the way we mentioned in outputs.
Okay.
Okay, conducting is like an activity here. So you need to see, for example, 200 fathers and mothers attended awareness or are becoming supportive or supporting their children.
Okay.
Attended education and support their children to continue school, whatever.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Uh, yeah, here if you say education has improved in all aspects, still you talk about output. Still, it's not like outcome, because now you focus on the education system and quality, and we don't care exactly. Yeah, of course we care at the level of output, but it doesn't mean that if quality of education is excellent, but still fathers and mothers are not taking their children to school. So what is the benefit of the quality education? So now we need to make sure that our target group, those who were affected, has improved access to school, or so we can see, for example, 300 boys and girls at the age of education, or so like from 6 years to 18 years, has improved access to quality education in Qiblat al-Mahwid, for example. So now this is the outcome, and that's why we built the whole project for, exactly to achieve this result. Impact, okay, we can see low percentage of school drop out. Now it's like outcome. So this impact is like outcome.
Okay.
Yes.
I got it.
Yeah, but the best way is not to mention percentage, because you are talking about 300 people. So you can see the number, and that's it. You don't need to have percentage. And also because now we talk about impact at the level of the community, like years after the project. So we can say that a high level of literacy in the community, with a supportive community for like ensuring the rights of children and like boys and girls in their community is met, especially for education. For example, you can discuss, but we talk now about the community, not the fathers and mothers, not the target or the affected group.
Okay.
Very clear. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Adil.
I thought we will not spend a lot, but it deserves. I think it was something we need to discuss. Thank you so much for sharing.
Welcome.
I didn't fix anything like as usually I do, but because I needed to be very quick.
No problem. I just needed the ideas and to orientate me, so I will fix it later. Yeah.
Perfect. So now I think we, like most of us, are here. So hopefully everyone is also having the motivation and enjoying the day with the training. I know it's not something that is.
Yes, really, Dr. Adel, we are energetic.
I'm happy for that. Because if not, we need to get our coffee ready like this.
But good morning, all of you, because I could not speak to you, by the way. I was trying to listen.
Good morning, Baraka. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much too. And we will start with beneficiaries. Let's make the day as productive as possible. I don't know if you hear some noise at my side. I think I will have to close.
It's okay, Dr. Adel.
Yeah, I just realized that the window was open with a lot of noise. So now hopefully is much better. Okay. So today we will talk about beneficiaries. It will be a good chance to ask about beneficiaries. We will talk about monitoring and evaluation. We will talk about gender inclusion, and then the budget. So I will try to push as much as possible. please be ready with your questions for every session. The most we will have to work a lot on the budgets, which is the last session. So we will have to develop a full budget for a project. So let's start with beneficiaries. I will go very quickly in this session, and I will fully depending on your attention and getting the questions. So usually we need to understand what is beneficiaries, what do we mean by final beneficiaries, what do we mean by target groups, what do we mean by indirect beneficiaries, potential beneficiaries. There is a lot of discussion around it. But usually, let's say beneficiaries are the people affected by the problem. Usually, once we discussed and identified the problem or the main problem, then those people affected by the main problem are our beneficiaries. We need to talk about 6 different things when we talk about beneficiaries. We have what is known for everyone, direct beneficiaries, and we have indirect beneficiaries. Usually the direct beneficiaries could be understood in like the way that they could be final beneficiaries, they could be target groups, they could be stakeholders. So all these like categories of people, they could be direct beneficiaries, and we will talk about them. Indirect beneficiaries, we have what is known as secondary beneficiaries. Sometimes we have what is called potential beneficiaries. We have what is known, what other donors could say people reached. So what is the difference between all of them? So for example, if you go to British donors, they never use potential beneficiaries. They might use secondary beneficiaries. If you go to the United States, they use potential beneficiaries more. They might use people reached more than British people. British, they could say final beneficiaries, target groups. For example, the EU. If any one of you tried to write a proposal for European Commission or European Union funding, they usually ask you about who are the final beneficiaries and how do you know they are final beneficiaries, how did you select them, and also who are the target groups and why do you think they are target groups, not final beneficiaries. There should be something different, and we need to understand. And who are the stakeholders? Usually you find this in many applications and calls for proposals. So let's dig deep into that, and I will rely on your questions, please. Yes, Safwan, it's fine, but try to be here as soon as possible. Okay. Okay, so we will go to the direct beneficiaries, which we mentioned that final beneficiaries. And just to clarify, the final beneficiaries are the ones we mentioned in the beginning, the ones we implemented the project mainly to solve their problem. So we have their names. Just please keep this in mind. Usually when we see this as a final beneficiary, we usually have the name of this beneficiary. Even if they are 10,000 people, we can bring their names to the donor. For example, if the donor asked or the third-party monitoring agency asked to confirm, is this a final beneficiary? And we will discuss more about it and how we can have their names so that we consider them a final beneficiaries. We could collect their names if we need to. That's the idea during the project. Who are the target groups? We have to include them on activities. You know, the target groups usually are the groups that we cannot neglect them during implementation of the project and during designing the project. So for example, when we talked about responsible entities, anyone that belongs to the responsible entities are target groups. In education, usually who are the target groups? They could be teachers, education staff, they could be fathers and mothers, they could be members of communication committees, they could be the decision makers, could be community leaders, all of these people are target groups. So these people, if we didn't include them in the project, then we will never reach the final beneficiaries. The final beneficiaries will never benefit from the project if we neglected implementing activities for target groups. For example, to train teachers or to educate and raise awareness of the community members, including the fathers and mothers. Stakeholders are the decision makers, could be from the government, or they could be any relevant parties working in education in the same area. They could be other agencies, NGOs, could be even the community leaders. We could consider them as stakeholders, because these stakeholders are the people we should coordinate with to make sure that we do not duplicate the work, that we make sure that we are using the right approach. We need to inform them that we are working and doing this, so they could help us. Sometimes we could ask for their help. We could use their curriculum. We could use their maybe infrastructure. So they will become stakeholders. Okay, for indirect beneficiaries, we have indirect beneficiaries, potential beneficiaries, and people reached. So just to summarize, indirect beneficiaries, we do not have their names. So any beneficiary that we cannot get their name, we consider this beneficiary as indirect. Why we don't have their names? Because we never implemented an activity directly for them or directed to them. So they are not the ones we aimed by designing and implementing an activity to have a benefit for them. So okay, they benefited, but it was out of our planning. It was out of our budget. It was something that we didn't plan for. So they are indirect beneficiaries. What are the potential beneficiaries? These are the people that might benefit. So we are not sure that they benefited, but they might benefit from the project maybe in the future, but not during the lifetime of the project. So for example, if we are implementing a project during 2023, there are people that will benefit, that they will go to study in the same school we built or we renovated and furnished, but they might come in the future during the next years and the project has already ended. So these people, we don't know who they are. We are not sure if they are going to this school or they are going to a different school. So we consider them potential beneficiaries. People reached are the people that we did not meet face to face. We didn't talk to, but we might give them awareness messages through a brochure, a poster, TV series, TV shows, maybe live radio shows, or it could be just like some announcements and advertisements or radio shows. So they hear, they listen, they read, but they cannot discuss with us. So we consider them people reached. We don't know how many they are exactly, but we try to reach them. But we cannot call them final beneficiaries. For example, we might have awareness campaign through social media. They could be through Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, whatever. And then we know that at least this video, this awareness video, has been watched by 2 million people. This doesn't mean that we have 2 million beneficiaries. They are just 2 million people reached with the awareness messages. But we never call them like direct beneficiaries. They are still considered as indirect beneficiaries because we cannot bring their names. I will give you some examples. For example, in this sanitation project, we implemented this sanitation project in 131 villages during 2014 and 2015. And then in 131 villages, there were family members of 36,000 people that participated in our activities, awareness, and then they were participating in improving their sanitation infrastructure, like this one in the picture. So we consider that everyone that attended our activities and then built the sanitation system in their village and exactly to every house. So we consider them direct beneficiaries because we have their names. Although they are 36,000 people, but we have their names. We know who they are. We know where they are living. We know exactly that they participated, and we can confirm this to anyone. But the indirect beneficiaries, they could be the villages that were not targeted by our project, but they are living nearby. So, for example, these villages, they have been watching what we have done in these villages. They liked it and they started to improve their sanitation, but we didn't interfere in their village. But actually, their sanitation has been improved without our planning, without our spending anything. We didn't spend like a penny or a single money, and still their sanitation has been improved. Also, there could be some villages. Let's say that this is a mountain and there is a village in the valley. So usually, once the rain is let's say once there are rains, usually rain mixed with sanitation, which is like the open defecation and sanitation of the area. If it's open, then rain with the sanitation mix and goes to cover all the water wells, all the water sources in the below villages. It means that they are affected. But once we improve the sanitation in these villages, we cover the pits. We make sure that all people are using latrines. They don't do open defecation in the community. It means that the rain will not be mixed with this. It will not go to the water sources of the other villages. So their life conditions, or they had less acute watery diarrhea because of that. Their life has been improved, but still we didn't plan this for them. What we planned is for the only target villages. I hope this is very clear. For example, in this education project, we had about 14 or 15 schools that were distracted by or they were affected by the war and armed confrontations. What we did is that we renovated and rehabilitated all these 14 schools right after the war. Exactly once the war stopped, we intervened. So what we mean here is that in these 14 schools, we had 6,500 students enrolled to the schools at the same school year. While we were doing this in the schools, we had already 6,500 students in the schools. So these students, we have their names, we have their records. We can confirm that we have a direct beneficiaries of 6,500. But we think during the next years, there will be at least 40,000 students that will, maybe even more, who are at the school age that they might join the school, but we are not very sure. So we think these are indirect beneficiaries because we believe they are just a potential beneficiaries. Hopefully this is clear. Let's see if we have questions. Okay. Okay. Safwan mentioned as long as he's going on a meeting, so please be slow so that he come back. I cannot, Safwan, I'm sorry for that. Okay. In this livelihoods project, we were distributing livestock or sheep to 350 families. This was in Ar-Rujum district in 2017. Yes, yeah, in 2017, yes. We had the direct beneficiaries of all the family members that received the livestock. So we have like in Yemen, the average number of or per family is 7 people. So we can say 350 by 7. We will end up having 2,100 people direct beneficiaries to this intervention. But who are the indirect beneficiaries? They could be the sellers of the sheep, because usually once we buy sheep and livestock to distribute, we buy these livestock from the same villages. So we could buy from this family and we distribute to the other family. So both of them benefited. These one benefited because we bought the livestock from them, and then these families benefited because they received the livestock. But exactly when we planned this project, we didn't aim that the ones that sell their livestock are beneficiaries. So we consider them as direct beneficiaries. I mean indirect beneficiaries. Okay, great. And also during the writing the proposal and budget, we don't know exactly how many people will benefit or will sell their livestock as part of the project. Nice. Another project we implemented is we rehabilitated and equipped 4 health centers and provided services by 2 fixed medical teams for 6 months. This was in 2014. So our direct beneficiaries in this is that these are the patients, the people that visited the health centers during the lifetime of the project, those who were diagnosed or supported by our fixed health teams. So all of them, we have the records, we have their names, we know exactly who they are. So they are direct beneficiaries. Who are the indirect beneficiaries? They are all the people living in the district and sub-district that sometime, maybe during the next few years, some of them, they might be sick and they might visit the health centers. They might use the equipment we give to these places. They might be, for example, use some tools. They might use anything related or the furniture we give to this place. So they could be beneficiaries, but we consider them indirect, and we assume that all the people living in the area, they are about 120,000 people. We consider them as potential beneficiaries because they might benefit from the services after the end of the project. So we consider them indirect beneficiaries. Let me see if you have questions before I go to beneficiary calculation, because the next part will be like mathematics. So let's see if we have questions. Any question?
So, sorry, Dr. Dale.
Yes.
So normally, when you are responding to any call for proposal, you need to consider the type of the beneficiaries based on the donor, because you have made an emphasis on the type of donor of beneficiaries who are considered by the UK, USA, and European Union as well. So I want at least to be sure with that, that normally you have to categorize in that way, or it's not must.
No, you really need to, you really need to understand the difference between direct and indirect.
Okay.
So for example, for the number of indirect beneficiaries, sometimes it's okay if you didn't give the donor a very specific number that you are very sure that they will be indirect beneficiaries. Because usually it's very rare that they will ask you to justify how did you bring this number. But once you mention how many direct beneficiaries, now it's like you are giving them the target. They will make sure that how much money you are receiving from them. It means that this money will go directly to support this number you mentioned as direct beneficiaries.
So here I can read your minds, is that what is so important here, understanding well the number of beneficiaries is what also will determine the budget.
Exactly, exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And also, yesterday, you remember that we talked about there is an indicator, there is a target, and there is a verification method. So usually, to confirm that you reached the direct beneficiaries, you need to bring verification methods, like documents proving that you reached these final beneficiaries or direct beneficiaries. While the indirect beneficiaries, you don't need to bring any proof that they have benefited from the project, or you to confirm that this number was correct. It's fine. Okay. So now before I move to the next step, I just want to share. I want to share portal. You know, you have your proposals. There is a part. There is a part in the proposals called beneficiaries. So I expect after this session that you can work on these items, like who are the direct beneficiaries of your project, who are the indirect beneficiaries of your project, and of course you can describe the target locations. Why did you select this target locations? Why do you think you can access to this location, and so on. But I mean, in general, direct and indirect beneficiaries, you can already work on that. So please make sure they are filled, please. Now we will need to understand, for example, once you do beneficiaries, like once you divide beneficiaries or calculate beneficiaries by district or by type, and also how can you make sure that you don't have a duplicate number of beneficiaries? How can we make sure that the number of direct beneficiaries is a single count, not double count? So, for example, I think what I will try to open here is this. Not this project. Yes, I think it was this. Was it this one? Yesterday we tried to work on logical framework and beneficiaries.
Dr. Adele.
Very
unfortunately, I deleted that what we fed there.
Okay.
And therefore I started to feed it again. So you won't find those information.
It's fine, no worries. You will keep working on that. The idea is that yesterday we mentioned that you have 5,000 people beneficiaries, but these beneficiaries, they will benefit from 10 types of assistance. So how can you make sure that you don't by mistake calculate them as 50,000 beneficiaries if they are receiving 10 types of assistance and still they are the same people? So you need to make sure that yes, the final beneficiaries are 5,000 individuals. They are single count, they are not double count, and for sure you can prove that even if you are requested to bring the names, you could bring the name of 5,000 people. But if you mention they are 50,000, how can you just repeat the same names 10 times? That's the idea. So now I will keep talking about beneficiaries, but we will talk about how to calculate beneficiaries. Yes, so usually the donors are asking us to, especially in humanitarian projects, usually they ask about, usually they need the information of beneficiaries disaggregated by age and sex. What do I mean by this? They want the numbers to be divided and to be very specific. Like, for example, okay, this is the total number of beneficiaries, but how many women received the assistance and benefited? How many boys, girls, men? So they need to separate. They don't need you to disaggregate the information by sex only. How can we disaggregate the information by sex? When we mentioned that we have, for example, 10,000 beneficiaries, and then we do, we mentioned that 5,000 female and 5,000, let's say, male beneficiaries. This way, when we see male, female, we took 6. But if we are seeing men, women, boys, and girls, so we are just aggregating the data by age and sex. So we didn't see male, we see men, boys. We didn't say female, we said how many women and how many girls. So how many people above 18 years old and how many people below 18 years old. This is the way that it is disaggregated by age and then by sex. So this is the idea beyond disaggregated by age and sex. The disaggregation usually is different in each community or in each country. This is depending on population census. So all of us who are working to design and develop proposals, we need to have the mean figures and let's say there are figures related to the population census, which is the number, like calculation of the total population of the community, I mean of the country. So we will talk about it. So for example, let's say we have, this is just a difficult example. It's like mathematics, but please bear in mind that we need to go through it. For example, we will support 10 health facilities to provide primary, maternal, and child care services for 12 months. In order to calculate the expected number of beneficiaries and of final beneficiaries and direct beneficiaries during writing the proposal, we will see how we go in steps. So at first, we assume that every health facility will provide health services for 20 people per day. Just one health facility, providing services at least to 20 people per day. And then we assume that the health facility will work for 22 days during the month. And then we have 12 months, and also we have 10 health facilities. We have what is called beneficiary calculation formula, which is like we divide the number, or we disaggregate by sex. So we have male, female. We think like, for example, this was for Yemen. So in Yemen, we have males are 49% of the total population, and we have female or females 51% of the total population. So now it's like we are disaggregating by sex. If we are disaggregating by age, we based on our census in Yemen, we have men over 18 years old are 40% of those who are above 18. So sorry, let's say 40% are men and 60% are boys who are younger than 18. These are like these are 10% of this percentage. And also this percentage of females is divided to women over 18, like 40% of this number is women above 18. And also we have 60% of this figure. Also we consider our girls younger than 18. And this is the way. I hope it's clear. Maybe I will ask for questions at this level, because this formula is really important, and it's actually, this is something advanced for proposal writing. For those of you who might be with us for the first time, they might think this is a little bit confusing, but I totally assure you that in order to be professional, you need to understand exactly this beneficiary calculation formula. So for example, for David, maybe in Romania, maybe they have different population categories based on age. So they might be also having a different figures for this aggregation by sex. I don't know. They could be 50. They could be 50-50. They could be maybe 47, 53. So David, can you please? Is it okay to confirm this? Like in Romania, is it the same disaggregation in terms of percentages?
I'm not sure. I can take I can go and look.
Yeah, for example, I lived in Lithuania for 3 months. Sorry, for 3 years, and this category was 55 women and 45 men.
I would say that's closer.
Maybe, yeah, maybe because Eastern Europe is a similar condition. Maybe. And also, I think for men and women above 18, They are not 40, they are usually more than the kids. In many European countries, especially like Sweden, Norway, Denmark, they might be like, here we could have 60 and boys and girls could be 40. So it's like the opposite. Because in developing countries we have the fertilization rate is higher. That's why we have boys and girls 60%, while those who are young or they become adults, they are less. I think in Tanzania maybe you could
Yes. Yes, Dr. Adeli.
Yes.
Good enough. In Tanzania, we had a national census last year. And we, according to the census, we are 61 million.
Okay.
741 and 120.
Okay.
We 30 millions being women, being men, and 31 being women.
Let me just try to write what you mentioned, because you are giving us important information. I mean, just to make it very visible, like for everyone, I need to comment in this.
Let me put it in the chat box, maybe the figure.
I don't know. I can write with you. So let me just share this. Because this is helpful just to show that this is not the formula that is applicable for all the countries. Every country has different formula. So we can copy paste like this. Let's say no. Let me see if we have to. Yes, now we have to. So for example, this is in can I add? Hopefully this will not take a lot of time, but okay, let me try. Okay. Okay. So let's say in Tanzania, what is the percentage of male to female, or the rates?
Oh, the percentage. I was speaking the data. Maybe we calculate the percentage. Actually, it will align with this 41 actually to I mean 51 to 49, because it is 31 million to 30 millions. That is the difference between men and women.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
It could be even more than 51. Maybe it could be like 52 to 49, 48. We can calculate that. So it's like 30 to 31. Okay, how about those who are above 18?
Oh, unfortunately, they have not given out the full results. They have given the provisional results for the census. As I told you, it was the last year. So
okay.
they gave us the provisional results, which just showing the total number and the disaggregation of gender.
I think there might be if you search like for population pyramids like in your country, at least you could get the same figures from the previous census, so that you can just depend on.
Okay. Yes, so that was the 10 years back. Eh?
Yes.
Okay, let me check it.
So the idea here is that we are talking about different population census. So for example, if you talk about 30,000, 31 million to 30 million. So I could calculate, for example, okay, I think it will take time. Let me just let me just move from this. The idea is that we need to understand the disaggregation by sex, the disaggregation by age, and this is requested usually on all humanitarian projects. So I will move, because I just want to remind you that we will calculate how many people are benefiting from how many people are benefiting from a project of health project and provided in 10 health facilities for 12 months. So we mentioned that we will assume that 20 patients or 20 people visiting the health center or the health facility every day, and that the health facility is working for 22 days. Then I will use this formula to bring the number of men, women, boys, and girls that we are expecting to have during the lifetime of the project. So usually having this formula, we will do the following. The number of beneficiaries, male and female, in a month. At first, we calculate like generally. So the number of beneficiaries, male and female, in 1 month, in one health facility will be 20 people per one health facility who will be working 22 days. We will end up having 440 people benefiting from a single health facility in 1 month. The number of beneficiaries, male and female, in 10 targeted health facilities in 1 month will be this figure by 10 health facilities. We will end up having 4,400 people, beneficiaries from 10 health facilities in 1 month. Then, because we will be working for 12 months, so we will have this figure by 12 months. We will end up having 50 to 800 people, beneficiaries from the 10 health facilities. So now we get the total, but we don't know how many men, how many women, how many boys and girls. We go to, then we go to the next slide. Here we distribute the total by Agent 6. I think I need to, yes, I need to do like this. Okay, so now number of men, we have the total number of beneficiaries, which we just calculated before, 50 to 800 people. We like by male percentage, which was 49%, as you can see here. So 49%, we say by 0.49. By 40, which is 40, because men are over 18 is 40%. So we see by 0.40 equals, we will end up having 10,349 men. Number of women the same, we will have the total number of beneficiaries by female percentages, which is 51 or 0.51. By percentage of people or women, percentage of women over 18, which is 40%, so 0.40, we will end up having 10,771. The same for boys, the same for girls. We will have this percentage instead of this, and again, like the same way, we will end up having number of boys 15,523, while the girls will be, where is the figure? I think it's missing here. Number of girls is like this, 16,157. So now we have how many men, how many women, how many boys, and how many girls. So we go to the indicator. We had an indicator like the one we had yesterday. Number of beneficiaries in all targeted health facilities. We can say that men as this number, women, boys, and girls, and then the total will keep the same. So that's the way we distribute beneficiaries disaggregated by Agent 6 during the design of the project. And then when we implement, we should collect the data. When we do monitoring and evaluation, reporting, collection of statistics from health centers, we need to collect the data confirming how many people under 18 and they are like male will be. I mean, we should end up comparing what we achieved against what we have thought or planned or expected. Let's say that we are asked to identify the expected number of pregnant women who will benefit from the antenatal services in the 10 health facilities. So we had let's see, we had another indicator, number of pregnant and lactating women that has benefited from antenatal services. So what we do is that usually in the total, like in Yemen, based on the census, we have 3% population growth every year. This is also different in every country. I'm sure in Romania would be different, in Tanzania would be different. Maybe in Nigeria would be different too. So the annual growth rate of population in the country is 3% every year. So every 12 months we have 3% different neonatal or babies. So this means that in 12 months we will have this 3%. We can calculate, so we can have the total number of population calculated in the previous exercise by 0.03, which is 3%. We will end up having 1,584 pregnant and lactating women in the same, like, let's say, during 12 months of implementation of the project. Yeah, as long as we talk about antenatal care. So this means that we talk about pregnant women. We don't need to add lactating. We just talk about pregnant women. Okay, so I don't need to add this. So we will end up having this indicator like that. A number of women received antenatal care services. It's of course 0, 0, 0 everywhere. It's just for women, and then we have the same total. I mentioned that yes, the indicators are different. Usually, you have different indicators for impact, outcome, output, and activity. And now we have the beneficiary calculation sheet. So usually, I think I need to mention this beneficiary calculation sheet. So usually we have an Excel sheet that we use and we include as an annex to the proposal. This Excel sheet, what we do is that we put all indicators under each other in the Excel sheet, and then we have their targets. So we put all the targets, and then we have another column. We say, is this indicator a single count, double count, or uncountable? Then we decide based on that, can we calculate the total number or the target number as a final beneficiary or not, so that we have the total number of beneficiaries in a correct way. So a number of students benefited from school bags. For example, this was education project. We had students who received school bags and stationery, 5,000 boys, 5,000 girls, with a total of 10,000. I'm just giving you very very easy figures, but this is not realistic usually in projects, because we might have like different numbers. So okay, 5,000, we have 10,000. At this time, we consider these single count because this is the first time we calculate this number. So we say calculate or no? Yes, as long as we confirm that this indicator and this target number is a single count, we didn't count it before. So we calculate as part of the total number of beneficiaries. Number of students benefited from rehabilitation of 10 schools. They are still the same students. We have 5,000 boys, 5,000 girls, so 10,000. Well, but they are the same ones in the previous indicator. So now we say this is double count because they are the same people. Then we don't calculate. We keep only the final beneficiaries, this number. Percentage of beneficiaries satisfied from services provided by the project. It was 80%. And we know that as long as it's just percent, so this is not 80 people, it's 80%. So we think this is uncountable. So we put only total here. We don't have boys, girls, men, or women. So, okay, this is the total. And then, of course, we will not calculate. with the final beneficiaries. Number of parents attended awareness sessions was, we were targeting 3,000 fathers, 3,000 mothers, or we can see just 3,000 men and women. We end up having 6,000 beneficiaries. These people are not the children or the students, so for sure they are the first time calculated. So we think they are single count, and then yes, we will add this number as part of the direct beneficiaries. We also train teachers in modern learning methodologies or teaching methodologies. So we have an indicator. We trained 50 teachers, men teachers, 50 women teachers, ended up having 100 teachers. They might be already fathers and mothers. So this figure, it could be part of it and it could be not. So if we are not sure, then we calculate them, because this is the first time we calculate 100 teacher. So yes, we added to the total number of beneficiaries. So the total number of beneficiaries, we will end up having 3,050 men, 3,050 women. We have 5,000 boys, 5,000 girls, and end up having a total number of beneficiaries 16,100 beneficiaries. They are both students, parents, fathers and mothers, and teachers. So that's the way. Now this beneficiary calculation sheet helped us not to calculate this figure again. It helped us not calculate this, and we might have even more indicators that we will not calculate. So we can say for donor that yes, this is very sure. We are very sure based on our planning and counting and calculation, we will end up having 16,100 direct beneficiaries. We can provide the donor with their names, and we will never feel afraid not to put this figure as direct beneficiaries. So as I mentioned before, this is usually done in an Excel sheet. We do it as an annex with the proposal. Usually the donor, once they read this, they make sure that we are professional. We know exactly the number of beneficiaries. They don't need to ask again, because usually donors spend a very long time. They spend a lot of time just discussing with the implementing partners or with NGOs to confirm, is this number of beneficiaries correct? Did you calculate it? Did you calculate this figure in the right way, or you are doing duplication? This is very important. Let me see. So let me see the question we have. Okay, Stephen, I have joined there now. Okay. Yeah, hello, Stephen. Welcome to the training. And I hope you could still follow the things we already discussed. Please, you will have to watch the videos of the previous sessions and this one, so that you become with us in the same page. Okay. Yeah. Yes, we had a question from Intisar in the chat. She mentioned that how do we account or how do we count the male and female percent? Usually from the population census. In Arabic we see التعداد السكاني. Usually at the end they know exactly the percentage of men and women at the level of the whole country. So we take the same percentage and apply it to our targeted community. Okay. Zainab, she was saying that she calculated the number of men and was 14. I don't know if it's the same figure or you have different calculation. I think you need to calculate again. Because yeah, I'm sure of the figures we have.
Doctor,
Maybe, yeah, yes.
I have some, when I completed, I have different days in a month.
Okay.
Okay.
Like what?
30, not 22.
30. Okay. Yeah, because we calculated just 22. Yes.
Yes, this is different.
Yeah, we made sure that the weekends, health centers are not working during the weekends.
Yes, yes.
So yeah, we are safe. Thank you. Oh, just know now that I was closing the camera. I'm sorry for that. I was not aware that it was closed. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Yes. So Stephen, do you have questions? Stephen. So please, if you could also type your questions in the chat, or you can just talk before we end up this session. I think it's very important, and it usually, I will confirm this. Usually, if you calculate the beneficiaries in the right way, the donor will not spend a lot of time reviewing your project. I remember many times when we were attaching or putting this beneficiary calculation sheet as an annex, usually the donor comment on beneficiary numbers is declared, so they feel that yeah, we know exactly that this is done very quickly. I remember one time we submitted a project to one of the donors, and then they mentioned to me, they called me like after they accepted the project that this was the fastest project they have ever approved, because they spent only 5 days from the time we submitted to the time we received the agreement. Only 5 days, because they had just one time, they went through all the details, they didn't have any comment, so they just approved and moved to the agreement. Sometimes we spend more than 1 month, 2 months just discussing the changes in the proposal. So even if they accepted the proposal, they need a lot of time. They give us their comments, then we review the comments and we include them and correct anything that needs to be updated. Then we submit, they come back again with comments. So it takes a lot of time. And yeah, for sure, this is difficult and time consuming for both donor and beneficiary and NGOs. The more we bring very accurate data and we have evidence what we followed, the donor will be convinced. I remember in 2012 we submitted a proposal for one donor with a budget of 200,005, so $205,000, and like the donors send us, like the community, the review committee sent us very difficult questions, which was they thought that we cannot answer. They just asked, how did we bring the number of beneficiaries this accurate? What I did is that I just gave them this beneficiary calculation formula. I told them we followed this beneficiary calculation formula, we followed the census, we followed these projections. So they just stopped asking and approved the project. So we used it before, and we are sure that beneficiary calculation formula, once used in the right way, it helps a lot during the planning of the projects. Okay, now we have okay, and David just mentioned in the chat that in Romania adults. Okay, so almost like Yemen. Let's see in Baraka, what did he? Okay. So Baraka, you give us figures. We need to calculate the percentages, so we are sure about that. Okay. Okay. As David mentioned here, he mentioned that children under 15. Okay, we have 51 male, 15 female. Okay, yeah, still under 18 and above 18 is not available, I think. Right, David, is that right? Okay. Yeah, it's very helpful. Like if we said not from the research. Okay. So I think we can do some research. We can find a different population category. Like for example, if I was reviewing one of the project evaluation reports for IDPs and refugees. It was about refugees, Syrian refugees in Jordan, in a Zaatari camp. And when you go to the projections of population, you will find that, for example, male and female is different. You could have the same, like 45 and 55. The same for people above 18 and below 18. It was not 40-60. It was like 45-55 or something very close. Great. I think we had enough time for beneficiaries. I think we can now move. Let's stretch and let's have very like very good time going. I mean, I will recommend that you take your another coffee or tea or whatever. Try to stretch for 2 minutes and we come back. I think we had already more than 2 minutes. Okay. In this session, we will just, it will be very short session. Will be also, we will talk about activities and work plan. So this is the most and easiest session in the training. Because we already talked and we already know how to write activities, but it's just a type of, it's like a reminder. In this session, we will talk about project activities and how we can have the action plan, because sometimes the donors ask us to provide the work plan or action plan or implementation plan of the project at the proposal stage. You know, we are not doing the project detailed implementation plan with the sub activities. We will keep the same activities we planned for the proposal, which are actually all the main activities. Usually we see that activities are the tasks that we will do, the interventions that we will provide or conduct, the events that we will attend or conduct, and implement, the services we provide, but products we could create or distribute to beneficiaries. Could be like understood differently everywhere, but in general, it's the thing that we will actually do during the project. Okay, so what to consider when writing the activities? It's exactly the same we do in objectives. There are actually 4 criteria to know that this activity is written in the right way. At first, we start always with a present simple tense. So we usually say conduct, we say implement, train, rehabilitate, establish, provide, develop, recruit. So we can use a lot of verbs. Usually would be much better. And of course, many people, they just write, for example, they can say train teachers on modern teaching methodologies. They don't mention the number, for example, and this is not right. Sometimes we don't say train the teachers. We could say even train 20 teachers on modern teaching methodologies. Usually, in order to write it in the right way, we need to mention for how many days, and these teachers, how many men and women, and also where exactly we will conduct this training. So we should say train to 20 teachers, 10 men, 10 women on modern teaching methodologies for 3 days in Qiblat al-Mahwit district or wherever. Okay, let's see again that it should be smart. Usually the activities are answering the question that starts with what. So we see, what are you going to do? Oh, we will train, we will rehabilitate, establish, provide. But please don't use will. So it's just like use the word directly or the verb directly. So we say conduct, train, rehabilitate, implement, establish, whatever. These are just some examples. Train 20 nurses, 10 male, 10 female on infection prevention for 3 days. At least we need to write the activity like that. If we can explain more, it would be much better for the activity. Conduct 150 direct awareness sessions. So this is measurable in 10 primary schools of Peter Island and sub-districts on hand washing. So it's as you can see, we mentioned that this awareness is on hand washing. The previous one we said train on infection prevention. So it's very specific. Conduct 6 meetings with the project stakeholders in Gamaland city, for example. Sometimes I just use like names of not true, like not exactly like as a true cities, because I'm trying to bring like as an example. I mean, so okay, here we mentioned that 6 meetings for project stakeholders, and on that city to clarify beneficiary selection mechanism. So, so it's like we explain how we will select the beneficiaries for the stakeholders. Provide emergency medical services, maternal and child health services through 3 mobile medical teams in the targeted districts. You can see here we have a mistake. What is the mistake in this? Sorry, why? I wanted to just sorry. I wanted to correct this activity, and we are all together. So, for example, this activity, what is wrong with this? What is wrong with this activity? Could anyone suggest?
Maybe we don't mention the kind of emergency medical services.
I think here we mentioned like maternal child health services in addition to like general like medicine. But there is also a mistake in the way we write it. Like there is some missing information.
The number of beneficiaries.
We could give the number of beneficiaries. So this is one thing. We could neglect. It's okay, but if we give the numbers, is really, really nice. Still, there is also one missing information. The most like important info here is that we didn't mention for how long. So, for example, we could have a project for 2 years, but the medical teams and mobile clinics will work only for 12 months. So they are not going to be operated for 24 months. We need to mention this in the activity. We need to make it very clear for everyone that provide emergency medical services. We can see like this: medical, maternal and child care services through 3 mobile medical teams. And I will correct this in the targeted districts. Okay, for let's say for 12 months. This is really important. We can also include the beneficiary numbers. It would be much better because it's not smart because we mentioned 3 mobile medical teams. Why? Because now here it's like we are focusing on outputs, responsible entities, but we didn't mention the people that will benefit from that. Okay, now rehabilitate 8. Let me just make sure that we are doing it the right way. Okay. Okay, rehabilitate 8 health facilities of Alpha Land District, including water and sanitation facilities. Okay, could be acceptable. Print 10,000 awareness brochures. Continue print and distribute. I think here print and distribute. 10,000 awareness. 10,000. I don't know, maybe I made it even wrong. I'm not sure of the grammar here. Awareness brochures containing health messages on hand washing and at critical times. Okay.
Dr. Dele.
Yes.
I want also to ask you on the issue of numbering, which is important do we really need to use the words when trying to measure the number, or we should use the numerical letters? For instance, I've seen here you have said 10 and then thousands. Is this
Ah,
proper?
yeah, this is, yeah, I think we could do like this. Yes, this is the best way. Yeah. I
Okay,
think this is
thank you.
much better. This is much better. Yes, because it's very clear. It's numbered. Yeah, now is good. Yeah, so we will move to our plan. Let me see if there is any comment. Okay. No comment in the chat. I will keep. Usually in the work plan, I mentioned this in the beginning. If the donor asked us to provide a work plan, like working on systems, usually working on the software related to the donor or a software like portal, usually the software has already decided what type of information you need to fill, and that's it. But if they are requesting the proposal in like traditionally, like within on Word document, Microsoft Word or Excel, then we need to make sure that once we develop the work plan, we do it like this. So we focus only on main activities at this level, and any activity that we write in the logical framework or any activity is still a main activity as long as we mentioned it in the proposal. We clarify the sequence of time to implement the time we will implement each main activity. We usually use months, not weeks, because if we use in weeks, then this is like implementation plan later after we sign the agreement with the donor. But before we sign the agreement, we just use months. So like this, for example, we have food security, like cash for work activity, for example, or a cash assistance activity or project. So for example, we will see coordinate with local authority first month, then we will establish or form community committees and train them second month. Beneficiaries registration is done the same month. Beneficiary verification, contract with cash transfer company. Then we implement cash for work for 3 months. We transfer the cash during the same month. We implement post-distribution monitoring same months. Maybe we could also extend a little bit later from the end of the activity, and then collect success stories during the same idea. Could be even after that, and then we prepare the final report during the last month, for example. So it could be like a logic sequence. Sometimes they name this like scientifically, or maybe let's say it's like Gantt chart. We do it simply like this. Welcome back, Safwan. Great to have you back. You will need to watch the video for the previous session. Any question for this?
Sure, thanks.
Dr. Nell?
Yes.
Yeah, I think given to this work plan that you have shared, which is looks nice, means it seems for almost every project it starts with the mobilization. Yeah, I think that is the should it be shown also in the activity work plan, or because we show only main activities and other issues we leave them out? That is one.
Okay.
Yes.
I think as long as you have a budget for the activity and very clear line item in the budget, it's good to include it as a main activity.
Okay.
Like coordination with local authorities, usually we like to put it usually in all projects as the first activity, because for sure we will have to follow, because this sometimes takes 3 months while the whole project is just 6 months.
For sure.
Yeah, so it's good to include it. It's like you are confirming and making sure nobody will neglect implementing and coordinating with stakeholders or local authorities. Okay. What else? Do we have anything else? Okay. Now I think it's good to move from this session. Let me share with you the previous sessions. I will share them in portal right now. So you could download these 2 sessions right away from the shared center. I don't know the number of the session. Is it? We are already in 7. Okay. So session 07. Oh, sorry. Session 07, and then okay. So please make sure you could download them anytime. Let me share with you the other session 08. Okay. Just want to make sure we are okay. Okay, let me start session number 9. I will also share with you session number 9, although we didn't start it yet. But I will put it in the. Okay. This is session number 9. Okay. Great. Okay, now what we will do is that we will start the monitoring and evaluation. Sorry. I'm back. Yes, so this is a very important session. Usually there is no single proposal application or there is no single donor that will never ask about monitoring, evaluation, accountability, and learning. We will talk about it and then we figure out the best way to do it. I consider this the easiest paragraph in all proposals. It's difficult once you do it for the first time, but if you understand exactly what it means and then you prepare your paragraph, you could use the same paragraph for all the proposals. You could like repeat it in all proposals. So our objectives for the session is that we will learn how to develop. We should be able to develop the M&E part. Sometimes this is just monitoring and evaluation or meal part of the proposals. We should learn how to differentiate between monitoring and evaluation, how meal activities are linked to indicators and verification methods, how to avoid an important and difficult to implement meal commitments, because there are many commitments that sometimes we feel very motivated to do in the proposal and then we end up not able to implement them, or we forgot to put some budget or the needed budget to implement them, while we already mentioned that we will do them. just to remind you about the proposal timeline. We have been going through all of these. Now we are here. So it's good to see that we are heading into the last part of the proposal. I'm not satisfied though by the level you have achieved in your proposals yet. I was expecting like the fourth day I would see the proposals in Portal felt like to the level that at least we would have reached 50 to 60 to 70% today. Some of the proposals were supposed to be 100% achieved. That's why we will have to devote more time for reviewing and to do the follow-up with each one of you. So please, like for example, once we are talking about monitoring and evaluation, you could listen to me and then work on your part related to this. Like the meal part, monitoring and evaluation part of your proposal is supposed to be ready directly after we end or we finalize this session. Okay. Usually we know we have what is known as quality of programs, which is monitoring, evaluation, accountability, and learning. Once we apply the measures related to these four things, we make sure that we are really doing the quality from the program's perspective. We make sure that we implement on time. If we are late, we try to accelerate so that we go back to our timeline and work plan. We prepare the reports, we review the reports, we collect the data, beneficiaries, we provide evidence verification methods, we do everything related. We try to communicate with beneficiaries as much as we can, so we implement accountability measures, including beneficiary and complaints and feedback mechanisms. We collect success stories, we document lessons learned. So many things we do in monitoring, evaluation, accountability, and learning that helps us to ensure that we are applying quality measures throughout the lifetime of the project. This is the comparison that is usually done by everyone. Once you start learning about monitoring and evaluation, you need to differentiate between monitoring and evaluation. What is the difference is that monitoring is a continuous so monitoring is a continuous process. We do it every day. We do a lot of things just to make sure that we are monitoring the progress, the implementation, the quality, and everything. Reporting, while evaluation, we just do it periodic. So we could do evaluation maybe monthly, and it's difficult to do it monthly. Evaluation could be quarterly, could be midterm and annual. I don't know if we should keep monthly, because usually it's very difficult to do evaluation for projects on monthly basis. But I could see that if we are doing monthly tracking of activities and monthly reporting, it helps to understand to what extent we are going on the right direction. So we could consider it a kind of evaluation, but not satisfied. So monthly could be removed here. Internal, usually monitoring and the monitoring is done internally by our staff, our NGO leadership and staff of the project. This is the internal process. While evaluation usually, before we used to see always, is done by external people like third-party monitoring consultants, fixed-term individual consultants. Now, many donors, they are pushing NGOs to do many evaluations by, like internally by their male advisors or by their male officers. Monitoring, usually we use easy tools, like we could have a table for collecting or maybe some very easy to collect, like applications or tables or documents. We just fill and then they are ready. We think they are tools, like maybe reporting templates or some sheets that we use to collect the data of beneficiaries, especially in health and nutrition projects. Usually the tools could be developed by others. For example, the Ministry of Health or Education, they might have certain formats that we should follow to collect the data of beneficiaries. While evaluation, we use complicated tools. It's like research tools, data collection and analysis tools. We could use, for example, difficult methodologies. We use like SPSS for analysis of the data. It's not easy. Not every meal staff or meal officer or a consultant, not all the NGO staff are able to create and implement. That's why we hire external consultants, because it's actually complicated and need a certain level of knowledge and skills. Okay. For monitoring, usually we collect the data related to indicators starting with hash or with number, while we collect data for indicators starting with percentage is usually done by evaluation. You can never do a monitoring activity that give you the target number achieved for an indicator starting with percentage. Why monitoring and evaluation? For accountability and learning. If you go to UNDP and some other agencies, they don't see monitoring, evaluation, accountability and learning. They see monitoring and evaluation for accountability and learning. So that's exactly the answer. Why we do it, why we implement monitoring and evaluation. This is because we want to be accountable to learn also. We learn usually from evaluations, and also we make sure that we are accountable to beneficiaries, accountable to donors, accountable to governments, accountable to target beneficiaries or other stakeholders. So we need to make sure that we are really accountable to all relevant parties we have to deal and work with during the lifetime of the project and even after. As you can see here, we are not going to learn how to create a monitoring and evaluation plan, or how to implement an evaluation on details. What we will do is that, what do we need at the proposal stage when we write a proposal? What do we need to learn, and how can we write the paragraph of the monitoring, evaluation, accountability and learning? Why we need to do that? Usually the donors, once they see how we develop the monitoring and evaluation part, they think that we really learn what it means, project management. We need to show them that we understand project management. We understand how to do the planning, the work plans of, let's say, the implementation plan, monitoring and evaluation plan, spending plan. We need to inform the donor that we know how to do reporting, how to collect data, that we will collect the beneficiary data disaggregated by Agent 6. This is really helping the donor to figure out that we have the capacity to implement this type of project. So these are the basics of project management: implementation plans, activity plans, meal plans, spending plans, also the monthly tracking of activities, indicators and spending, that we can collect the evidence that confirm that we implemented the interventions or the activities. So we need to show the donor that we know how to develop and write the activity reports, that we will conduct field visits for verification of quality, and that we are really reaching the target population and target groups, that we can collect data of targeted beneficiaries, that we are really going to collect vouchers, procurement documents, and anything, any any evidence that confirm we are implementing the project. Also, we need to assure the donor that we will provide you with nice reports, informative reports. We will achieve something, and we provide you a report that confirms this achievement. And we know that everyone is feeling proud that we have the best capacity to develop reporting, but usually NGOs are not really devoting enough time to develop really good reports. So the more you have projects, the less quality you are reporting. So this is really challenging for the donors. They feel very scared to give you the budget and to sign with you the agreement, and end up not having a good report from you and evidence that you are implementing. And also you are not giving them stories or pictures or finance documents confirming that you really spent the money and achieved the outcome, the outputs, and the targets mentioned in the logical framework. How do we decide the best meal activity that we should include in the proposal? So what we do is that we review indicators. Yesterday we worked and we learned how to develop indicators, and each indicator is like a question, target, and verification method. What we do when we develop the monitoring and evaluation part is that we review each indicator and the verification method in the logical framework. And then we decide the type of meal activity, and then also we decide not only the type, but also to what extent we need to have or elaborate more, and we talk more about the monitoring and evaluation activity. So we decide, are we going to include an activity of at the meal paragraph or not? Let's see how to do it. This is an example. So for example, we mentioned that for any indicator that starts with hash or number, we will need at least a monitoring and accountability activities. We had this indicator, number of beneficiaries of medical services provided in all health facilities. They are still the same number we learned in the previous session, and we did the beneficiary calculation for. The verification method was monthly statistical report. We could see monthly reports, but here because it's health services, usually we have statistics collected on not only on month, but we could have even weekly pieces. But it's easier when we see monthly. I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice. So monthly statistical reports. How can we collect the monthly statistical reports? And what are we going to do to collect this statistical reports? How can we make sure that we have 52,000 and 800 beneficiaries satisfied? How can we make sure that we are reaching the right beneficiaries? We will write these activities. So for example, what we will do is that we will collect beneficiaries statistics weekly and monthly. This is a monitoring activity. We will conduct field visits to ensure quality of services provided. We include this in the paragraph of monitoring and evaluation, accountability and learning. We establish complaints and feedback mechanisms. This is accountability. We document the lessons learned and prepare success stories. It could be a part of the learning activities. So we can include a lot of activities just to that assure the donor that we are implementing the project in full capacity, and we know how to verify and ensure the quality. So these 4 activities, we copy paste them and we put them in the paragraph of the monitoring and evaluation paragraph. This is just an example. Another example, for example, if we have a percentage indicator, percentage of beneficiaries satisfied of medical services provided or received, the target was 80%. We mentioned in the verification methods, we will have beneficiary satisfaction report. For example, if we are going to have beneficiary satisfaction report, this is evaluation activity. So in order to bring this report, we will have to prepare terms of reference. TOR means terms of reference, and hire external consultant. This is evaluation, part of the evaluation process. We will prepare questionnaire. The consultant will prepare questionnaire, data collection tools and methodology, and send us to review. Then we will select a representative sample from the targeted beneficiaries. We conduct interviews, focus group discussions, and collect the data needed. Then we draft the evaluation report based on the results we receive and recommendations and lessons learned. By this way, we will have evaluation learning process, and we should include this as part of the monitoring and evaluation activity. Now we will move to types of, like, what type of monitoring activities we could implement on each project. We can use any of these. So for example, we will say I will have just 1 minute to have a hot tea.
Take water, yeah, take
It will
water.
be much better. Yeah, just maybe 1 or 2 minutes. Sorry for that. I'm really sorry for being late. I had green tea. Now I'm sure I'll be very well. Yes, great. So generally, when we do the monitoring, we have different types of level of activities. We have office activities and field activities. We should include in the paragraph of the proposal whatever we are sure that we will do. So, for example, we will prepare monitoring, evaluation, accountability, and learning plan. We will mention that in the paragraph. We will do or provide the project staff with report templates. So we make sure that we use the same templates that the donor is requesting, or if the NGO has their own reporting templates. We will conduct activity tracking and follow up with the staff. We will collect data of assisted beneficiaries. We will review and archive project reports. At the field level, we can do field visits, attend different events related to like of the project, events and activities, meeting with beneficiaries and collect their opinions. These are the tasks usually that is done by monitoring and evaluation officers or assistants, advisors or managers or whoever. Meeting with stakeholders and collect their opinion and collect pictures, evidence for good implementation. So these are all monitoring activities. While when we do the like the evaluation, usually there are some activities done externally by the MEAL staff, and we have external by consultants. So, for example, we start like this: internally by the monitoring and evaluation officers. Usually, they prepare the evaluation terms of reference or TOR. After that, after they do this, they do announcement and start to search for proposals submitted by consultants or consulting firms. They hire the best consultant based on their proposal. After that, this consultant start to do the disc review of the project documents. So they start reviewing the proposal reports, whatever we have achieved. They get copies and they start to read them and prepare. Like after that, they prepare inception report. This inception report is usually the first draft of the report, mentioning the introductions and mentioning the methodologies. The methodology that will be used for collection of the data from the field. He could also include the questionnaire that will be used for beneficiaries, for focus group discussions, or questionnaire that will be used for authorities, for relevant key informant interviews or whoever. And the sample that we will, like how many people or what percentage of beneficiaries we will have to interview so that we collect the data and the tools used. Once he prepared this, he or she, the consultant, he sent it to the officers, the MEAL staff. So he sent it, the review, approve the inception report, or they give comments. And then they should approve the data collection tools and of the evaluation. If it's approved now, the consultant will do the edits according to the comments. Then he or she will go to the field with support with MEAL officers to conduct interviews, key informants and beneficiaries. After that, and at the same time, MEAL officers will coordinate for the consultants during field visits. They could be also part of the evaluation, and they could go with the consultant. After the collection of data, there will be data entry, analysis of the results, and start preparing the first draft reports of the evaluation report. Send it to MEAL staff to revise the draft report and give comments. Respond to the project staff reviews and comments, then submit the final report. It will be approved by the final let's say the final version of the evaluation should be approved by the meal manager or advisors, and then there will be recommendations. These recommendations will become like action plan for everyone within the NGO to implement and respond to. So that's how evaluations are done. Every evaluation, whether we are talking about midterm evaluation, final evaluation, we talk about post-distribution monitoring, we talk about baseline survey, endline survey, whatever like beneficiary satisfaction survey, any type of evaluation activity is actually done like this. You need to go to like through all the steps, and it's sometimes donors, they ask the meal staff to implement the evaluation themselves if they have the capacity. So usually they do everything here. So it's no consultant. It will be all internal, done by the monitoring and evaluation team. Okay, accountability. In Arabic, we see al-musa'ala. So how can we be accountable to donors? We should have a lot of measures, including safeguarding, including establishing complaints and feedback mechanisms. We should do investigations once there is any complaint. We should make sure that this complaint is valid. We should do a lot of issues done here. So usually, from the first day, monitoring and evaluation officers should learn about the targeted areas and decide the best complaints and feedback mechanism. How could the beneficiaries raise their complaints once if they have complaints? Then we should find the best way to inform beneficiaries about this mechanism. For example, that can they call just a phone number, they talk about their complaints, then we have someone who documents the complaints and find answers. Then we should include, like, we receive the complaints, we do the follow-up with our team, we send feedback to beneficiaries. We should make sure that the best feedback and timely feedback, we should not wait for a few weeks and months and then we call this beneficiary. We should go back to this beneficiaries as early as possible. We also document the complaints and feedback. Should be documented. We should also mention who was responsible for this complaint, follow up. This is the simplest form of accountability. There are many other types of activities done for accountability to affected population, but at least we should mention this in the proposal. And finally, we have the learning. Usually the learning part of this, it's like, how can we document something and we share? So we should document all the recommendations done from the field, from beneficiaries, from stakeholders, or from the consultant we hired to do the evaluation. So we could have these recommendations as part of the evaluations. They could be part of every project or activity report. So we have these reports, we document them. We have also some collect and document success stories, human interest stories, and any lessons learned. For sharing these documents, we should share these info and recommendations, successes, and lessons learned with all our staff, with all relevant managers and staff within the organization, so that we can make action internally and improve anything related to our internal process, whether financially, procurement, reporting, implementation, coordination, anything. Then we also share or publish in websites about these activities and about achievements we have made in the field. We could publish in social media, newspapers. Sometimes we do promotion and advocacy, call to action at all level we could have. And then we should also share with donors and shareholders to consider the future, to consider in future work of the organizations. Any question at this level? So I would just give you an example. For example, once in 2017 or beginning 2018, I think, we conducted a final evaluation project for Kir International in Yemen. And when I visited the targeted area where they implemented their food security cash for work and wash project during the cholera, yeah, it was cholera, not corona. So during the cholera epidemic, we found out that in the targeted area, they were doing chlorination of the water sources. So they were chlorinating water wells, any stream, like water stream in the area, it was chlorinated. If there are like some, let's say, small dams or small water harvesting or water collecting places, so they did everything related to chlorination of water sources. So what we found, like by observation, the people in the targeted areas started to lose their beehives. You know, beehives, like they are making honey, so it's their main livelihood in the area. They are depending on beehives, or and they sell honey. Unfortunately, chlorination of water, whenever these bees drink from chlorinated water, once they drink this chlorinated water, they end up dying. So people started to lose their beehives. They started to lose their source of income. They cannot collect honey anymore. They cannot sell honey anymore in the area. So what after they learned this, they started to have water separated, and they try to give it to the bees. I don't know if I'm pronouncing this in the right way, but because of that, we had, I mean, of course, we did a recommendation for Kir. We mentioned to Kir that please, you need to verify this information. You should conduct more research and more data and analyze to make sure that this is valid, because it is mentioned by the people, the targeted people, and because they were harmed. Like we solved their problem, so they will not be affected by cholera, but again they lost their livelihoods. This was in a district called Suwair and Amran Governorate. Like all of the sudden, after 1 month, we implemented another market study and analysis for NFDHR in Al Mahwit, Al Nujum district. And then, like, part of the findings we had is that people lost their beehives. It's totally different and very far district from the previous one. People were not understanding why the bees are dying during that time. So I was going through the table, seeing how many beehives were lost on each village during the same months. I totally remembered what happened in Suwair. I said, I'm sure this is because of water chlorination. So that's the learning that I'm telling you about, lessons learned. So we drafted like recommendation, please don't chlorinate or don't give the bees like to drink water from chlorinated water. I don't know how this is applicable. We are not sure if this is correct, if this information is valid, but we have seen this on 2 different places at the same time. And the reason was the same, which was chlorination of water sources because of the epidemics of cholera. Maybe I will show you this. Let me share with you my LinkedIn page, and because you can find this evaluation there. Just to give you more space to see something else, not just to see the presentations. So let's see. Where is the link then? Okay. When you go to LinkedIn, you open my profile. You go to publications. You will find this final evaluation and this info. It is documented and everyone can read it and learn from it. So this is the document we published. It's actually after like after Kir has approved the evaluation report, it was sent to the donor. The donor published it on Al-Nab. So for any one of you who wants to learn a lot about final evaluations of the projects, or how to do evaluations, all the consultants or the reports, the final reports of evaluations are published here, or most, not all. So this is authors. This is my name, A. Salah. I did this with Dr. Sabri Affaur. So this is the final evaluation of this project. I'm curious just to show you this info. Okay. I will give you the link in the chat for those of you who are interested. Yes, beehives. Safwan, right? Beehives. I don't know. Am I writing it the right way or pronouncing it the right way? Okay, let me make sure that I'm sending the link to everyone. So in the chat you find this link to this evaluation. So I'm showing you this evaluation to have an idea that project final evaluation or midterm evaluation is really difficult. It's one of the most difficult activities that is done in project management. So this is the final evaluation we have done in May 2018. I will show you where we have this recommendation. So executive summary, lessons learned. We mentioned here, see, we are in the lessons learned. We see, although it requires further study, participants in the focus group discussions claimed that chlorination exercise has adverse effect on a few on the few bee colonies that exist in the area, and many bees died consequently. To mitigate this challenge, the beehives keepers needed to be warned and informed to find another water source for watering their bees prior to the chlorination. However, the chlorination of water sources did not have any immediate negative impact on livestock within the time frame of this evaluation. That's how we mentioned. And in the recommendation, we mentioned that it is recommended that Kir and other humanitarian actors hire high-skilled personnel in the cash for no, sorry. That's yes. It is recommended that Kir conduct further studies, assessments in the operational areas regarding the effect of water chlorination on bees, as might affect the local production of honey in the project area. So we mentioned it in the recommendation. How Kir was responding. So any recommendation we provide, Kir should do an action plan. So for example, this is the management response. Any recommendation, they decide who is responsible to implement, the person, and when is the implementation underway or not, what is the action, and you can see here they could accept this recommendation partially or totally accept it, or they can reject. So for example, this is just partially accepted. For example, this recommendation was also partially accepted. And they mentioned how they will implement. This is about the beehives. Like, it is recommended that they do further studies, also partially accepted, and they mentioned that they have discussed this and they will take the necessary action and so on. This is just to show you how much NGOs are learning. NGO staff should learn from each evaluation report. These are the questionnaire and we used and everything related. So it was very long, it was quantitative and qualitative type of project reports. I should admit it was one of the most difficult tasks I have ever made. So it was difficult. That's why I would never go for final evaluations of projects at all. It was difficult. Okay. Let me go back to the presentation just to finalize the monitoring and evaluation. What should we avoid when we develop the monitoring and evaluation part of the project? So usually we try to avoid the percentage, like any indicator that started with a percent, please try to avoid it, especially if the project has a limited budget and time to implement. So it would be much better to use only indicators starting with number. The verification methods of evaluation type. So for example, we could by mistake have like a number, like an indicator starting with number, but once we write the verification method, we might say we will do beneficiary satisfaction survey. The survey is an evaluation. Sometimes it's very difficult to implement. It's usually difficult to implement. Sometimes we might write midterm review or final review or final report or baseline or endline report. This is an evaluation activity and it takes a lot of time. It needs a lot of money and it's difficult to do in the right time. We should only include evaluation reports if the donor insisted to include percentage or indicators starting with percent. If donor insists, then we should include any activity or any verification method so that we make sure that we collect the data confirming the target. We might forget the budget line. So we need to make sure that if we are designing a project, we should make sure that we have enough budget for monitoring and evaluation, for field visits, for cost of external consultants, for any evaluation activity. This is an example. So for example, in most of the proposals I develop, I use the SEAM and do some very few, if there is any necessity or if it's necessary to do some update, I do the update. So for example, let's say for ensuring, this is the paragraph, I write, for ensuring quality implementation and appropriate monitoring of project activities during implementation and reporting, our NGO, it would be good if we say, for example, an FDHR or CARE, Oxfam will recruit a full-time monitoring and evaluation staff. We will develop a monitoring and evaluation plan, and I talk about the evaluation and the meal plan. And then I say, so the following will be conducted. Review the project implementation plan. Development of detailed project monitoring and evaluation plan for all indicators, targets, and verification methods. Documents to be collected, staff in charge, tasks and activities, review NGO reporting mechanisms of all types of reports, and then staff and partners orientation on required reporting templates, reporting timelines, conduct close follow-up before, during, and after activities implementation, and conduct field visits, monthly activity indicators tracking, production or producing high quality reports to ensure they are all reflecting the achievements as per the project outputs and outcomes. So for example, what I will do, for example, when we do Sorry. So when we write a proposal, what we do is that I will share again the where is this. So what we do is, for example, I would just copy paste this paragraph, and then to make it easy, I could go to my project in or my proposal in portal. Let me make sure I'm sharing it. Sorry, a lot of So I go to portal, I see my proposal. So let's say, let me find where I am already there. So for example, I am added to this proposal. I will go here. I will open monitoring and evaluation icon. So I could add from ready to do paragraph. I can do like this and save, or I can just do. I already copied all the paragraph. I could put it right away like this. I think I do some review. So for example, here we have these comments. I mean, we have something that need to be reviewed. Numbering, for example, I could do it like this. Where is number 3? So we all have gone through these bullet points from the PowerPoint presentation, but just to show you how it will be, it's very easy. I mean, very easy paragraph, and it's usually repeated for all projects. We could use like the sentences I used in this paragraph could be used on any project. You could also add to that if you are conducting a final evaluation for the project and you have the budget, then you can still add paragraphs. You say our project, we will conduct a final evaluation for the project. We will hire consultants to do it. So you can add, if you are conducting post-distribution monitoring, you can add, and so on. So after this, I will just save. Okay. So this is the paragraph of the monitoring and evaluation project. So we can do it for all the proposals. It's still valid and it's still good. Okay. For example, for this is a health project, right? The first one was governance. Again, I can go to M&E and copy paste the same. I could do the same paragraph, and that's it. It needs to like review and so on. Okay, so now we are good in this. Do we have any question at this level?
Dr. Adele, I think this was really very powerful. You know, I did my master in monitoring and evaluation.
Yes.
And therefore, the way you have tried to elaborate it is very simple, and it has been well incorporated. You know, sometimes we talk about monitoring, evaluation, accountability, and learning, but you find when we are just writing it, we leave some of component out.
Yes.
You find that during writing, maybe proposal development, you will concentrate much on issue of monitoring, and a little bit on the evaluation, but most of the components, especially on the accountability and learning, are normally left out. But with this a very simple paragraph that you have shared there, it shows the really how it is worth it to have it all, and it will help a lot to be clear and understandable before the dawn. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Barakat. Yeah, the aim we had this paragraph is that we try to, it's like we tell the donor, you should be, you should feel confident that we can do it. So for example, before Athir could have the question, just to show that I talked about field visit, this is a good for donor. and we have to do it actually. It's not just for the donor, we have to do it. So it's good to mention. I talked about complaints and effective complaints and feedback mechanism. So this is accountability. We talked about monthly activity and indicator tracking. This is making the donor relieved that yes, we know how to do the follow-up on monthly basis. So we can give him a monthly reports and we can assure him that there is a progress every month. I told, like, we are telling the donor that we can produce high quality reports. This is also making him relieved. I'm telling him that we can do the meal plan. We can share that reporting template. So it's like we just put the important points as Baraka mentioned. And I think this is more than enough, unless we are having very detailed, like activities, evaluation activities, and we want to add, we can add few sentences. I want with you to review something. Like, for example, here we missed very important we missed very important points. Could anyone figure out what it is? Okay, I will go back with you to the slides just to make sure I mentioned it or not. Did I mention it here? Maybe. Okay. So I think, yeah, we are missing one slide. It's okay. I think I am wrong. So, okay. It's not I'm wrong, but I mean, we missed one slide, which is things that you should do it every time. So I will add one slide while you are all with me. I will add one slide, which is thing. Okay, it's in the other. It's in the next. It's in the next session and gender inclusion, but it's okay. It's good to repeat it. Things to include in all meal paragraphs. Okay. Okay, to include in meal. Okay. Let's see, not just the paragraph. In all proposals. In all proposals, whatever the proposal is. Okay, in all the proposals. Okay. So what I wanted to mention here is that it will be two important points related to the paragraph. So here, usually during activities, in activities, we should have, okay, I will write it here. We should add a separate activity. So we go to the logical framework and we add it to all projects, this activity like this. And to other separate activities, conduct a field, let's say a field activity, a field visits or follow up of the project progress and quality of implementation in the field. This is something we have to maybe I will draft it indifferently, but okay, let's say in activities and and the monitoring and evaluation paragraph. I don't know if we say in the M&E paragraph or in the meal paragraph. Is it clear for everyone that meal is M&E? So we will have two activities. First activity, okay. I don't know like how to organize it in the best way, but what I need is that to say this should be in activities and meal paragraph. Okay. Conduct field visits. Conduct field visits. This one you should add it to all projects as a separate activities. Also, you need to add this collect data, collect, yes, beneficiary data. This is another separate activity. Collect beneficiary data. This aggregated by age and sex. And okay, by age and sex to ensure that the beneficiaries are equitably. مثلا sorry, I mean you can, for example, you can use it in all projects in equitably receiving resistance stated. You could, of course, you could change something, but at least like till this level, you need to include it. So now we have two separate activities in the monitoring and evaluation. You need to add them separated as different activities in the logical framework, and also you could have the same. You need to add them to the paragraph. So I will close this and share it with you again, and in the shared center. Okay. Nice. Okay. So now I will show you that I will add it. The field visits is already mentioned. So what I will do is that I will do edit. I'll go to the same paragraph and I will copy paste. I think field visits is already mentioned before, so we will not repeat it, but at least I will keep that other one. So I will keep collect beneficiary data as the last paragraph. Where is the field visit? I want to make sure it's here. Field. Okay, so the field visits is available. That's why I didn't repeat. That's great. Okay. So we do it like this. We collect beneficiary data as needed. Okay. Now I feel satisfied. Like I clarified the bullet points that are requested by all donors working with humanitarian projects or with humanitarian agencies and NGOs. Thank you so much. I will be happy if you could all work on your proposal. So please, I'm sharing with you the documents. At least you could copy paste the same paragraph. You don't need to invent a new and add it to your proposal. So let me see who already added this. Okay, I will share the document again with you. Which number is the session? So you notice here you have documents that you need to go to the next page to see it. What was the number of the session? It was session 9. Okay. Okay, session 9. I will fix. So here I will just change the presentation. Okay. Session 9. So could you all please find session 9? You can find the same paragraph. You can do copy paste, please, to your proposals. I need to see like not 0, at least like some 20% something. This is reflecting that it was really intensive, that we didn't have enough time to do the practice. We will have to devote more time for you to fill in your proposals. Okay. So should we have a break?
Sure, Dr. Dale. Sure.
So how long do you suggest?
15 minutes, not bad.
15. Okay. So let's come back at 1:16. So for those who want to eat, they can have sandwiches, like very quick food or anything. I think Athir, sorry, we didn't respond to your question yet, and I'm sorry for that. Is there any possibility to ask?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. I just want to summarize the whole thing and asking about the meal plan. So
Yes.
what I understand that in the meal plan, we will include the monthly following up indicators, the failed visits, and what else?
Everything was available on the PowerPoint presentation, but not everything that you will not actually implement, but the thing that is relevant to your proposals. So for example, when we mentioned this paragraph, it was just to give like a very like general idea to the donor that we know exactly what we will do. But
this paragraph we will include in the meal plan?
Yeah. In the monitoring and evaluation part. You mean
Okay.
you mean the paragraph, in the paragraph, not the plan, because we mentioned in the plan we will create a plan as part of the. See here we said a meal plan will be developed with detailed indicators with relevant meal activities that will be conducted for ensuring quality. It's just the kind of telling the donor that we will do this if you give us the money, if we sign the agreement, we will do this.
Yes, but my question was, can you give me a brief examples of what activities could be included in the meal plan?
Everything that we mentioned here. For example, let me show you. So do you see? No, let me go back. So for example, we mentioned monitoring and evaluation. You can see that we will prepare a meal plan, like the meal plan, okay, but also like providing and training the project staff how to write the reports. This is one important thing. For example, activity tracking, indicators tracking on monthly basis, collection of data of assisted beneficiaries, reviewing the reports and archiving them, conducting field visits, attending different events related to the project, meeting with beneficiaries and collect their opinions, meeting stakeholders. Anything in this could be added. For the evaluation, we can see that we will hire consultant, we will develop the methodology and conduct the final evaluation report, or if we have reports, of course. I mean, if we have evaluation, because not all the projects have evaluations. So sometimes we don't talk about the evaluations.
Okay.
Also, we will write that we will establish complaints and feedback mechanisms. We will inform the beneficiaries how to raise their complaints. We will receive complaints and conduct the follow-up with the team. Then we will respond and send the feedback to beneficiaries. We will document the complaints and feedback. Everything here could be also included.
Okay.
Again, in the learning, we can see that we will document the recommendations in all reports. We will collect success stories. We will collect, sometimes we say we will collect human interest stories. We will document the lessons learned. We will share them with NGO staff, and we will publish them on our websites, and we will share them with donor and other relevant stakeholders. So anything written here could be part of the meal paragraph or the meal plan for the project once we are implementing. So,
okay, very clear, Dr. Adil. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So what is available in these slides is very focused, that you could use everything in all projects. Thank you, Athir. It was a really important question, for sure. It helps.
Thank you for you, Dr. Adil.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, now it works. Okay, there was just a comment by David in the chat. Now it works. Great. So yeah. So again, let's come back at 1:20. Thank you so much. So you must break. Come back. We should this. We lost the recording. I'm sorry. I mean, just for the session, but you can find it from different things. Wow.
So we are missing the most important part.
Yeah, it's really important. I don't know why I stopped.
So you recorded yourself, then
I will not be like as like this way. It's difficult to talk to yourselves. Okay, we will manage. Okay, so let's agree now. Now Safwan mentioned this is blind. Okay. I don't know. I need to hear from others. Is this blind? And now number 2, conduct training workshops for community health volunteers in hygiene promotion and community engagement approaches. Is this activity gender blind, gender specific, gender responsive, gender sensitive?
I guess it's still blind.
Blind, yes, and me too.
I guess it's still blind.
Yes.
Because there is nothing mentioned about the gender issue. I mean, they haven't genderized the project.
Okay, so okay. How about number 3?
This is gender sensitive. Actually we forgot the names of
So you have
the
blind,
yeah.
sensitive, responsive.
Yes. So this is response. No, not this is sensitive. Responsive. Forgot even the definitions of.
Okay. So think about it. About others. So just to confirm, the sensitive would say consisting of 16,100 men and women, or male and female. This is sensitive.
Yeah, so this is sensitive.
No. The sensitive would say the total and say men and women only, or boys and girls. But here we have men. How many women? This is the most responsive way.
So yes.
Yeah, so this is responsive because we have exact figures for the different groups.
Okay.
Okay, let's see the other one. They said 11,850 students are provided with school supplies, education materials.
This is blind.
Yeah, so this is blind, very clear.
Yes.
Okay, train 24 outreach workers, 12 men, 12 women on rapid protection assessment.
Sensitive.
We have numbers. As long as we have numbers,
responsive.
Yeah, it is responsive. If it's sensitive, we would see just train 24 men and women, for example. We would not see how many men, how many women. We don't need to be like, we don't need to have similar figures like 12, 12. It could be like men could be higher, but there is a number. Then become responsive. Okay, let's see here. 28 temporary learning classrooms or semi-structured classrooms supported to provide education in emergency things to 12,000. And again, we say 6,000 boys and girls, conflict affected, internally displaced, and so on. So what is the type of what is the level of the gender here? I told you.
So it is responsive.
Yeah, it's responsive as long as you have the numbers.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so if you go, yes. So now you will see the results. So responsive, blind, responsive, blind. Okay. If you just need to review just very quickly, you can see here. Once we have just totals, we didn't mention how men, women, or boys and girls, it's blind. Once we started to see boys and girls, or men and women, but we didn't give how many men, how many women, how many girls are, then it's just sensitive. It's like we see boys and girls, like we started to feel the difference, but we didn't, we are not accurate. Gender responsive, usually we talk about the differences, the rules, the activities, how it will meet the needs or respond to like men and women. Gender specific just for specific group. So hopefully now you can review any proposal and decide, is it good or not good? So please, once you develop activities, please make sure you divide the numbers. Once you talk about need assessment or paragraph, you need to write the different needs and rules, maybe even consequences, effects, and impact on men, women, boys, and girls. So or other groups. Okay, great. So thank you so much. I think we are done for gender session. Just to show you, like for every project, usually we have a gender paragraph. So we go to other info. We have what is called gender mainstreaming, or it's like gender inclusion. You need to write the paragraph explaining how, like what were the problems, and like that is men, women, or how women and girls are more affected by the problem, or the main problem we are trying to solve, and also how could this project will respond to this need or gap. So please make sure you fill this. Thank you so much. So I know you need a lot of time to work on the proposals. I was expecting to see the proposals in much better level. We will keep doing the follow-up to make sure you are filling each part of the proposals you started or you created. Okay. We still have one hour, and we need to develop a budget. We need to work on it. So let me just keep waiting if you have some questions, something we need to consider before we move to the budget.
We need, just to be honest, I guess it is for me and the others, to have another time of gender aspects briefly.
Okay, yeah, for the recording, we have recorded this in other English trainings, so I think you could just go and watch it, and also
Okay.
if needed,
Cool.
we can do it. It's fine.
Okay, cool. So I'm having my lunch. Go on.
Okay, so now I will just share with you this session, just to make sure it's shared with you. Let me make sure of that. So this is session number 10. Yes. I'm sorry for today that we didn't practice a lot until now. So hopefully you are not bored a lot. You feel bored. Okay. Documentation. Okay. Great. So now you can have session number 10. You have it now. It's here. Okay. Okay. What else? Usually after each session, we need to stretch, actually, although we don't have enough time, but we really need to stretch. So let's come back after 2 minutes, please. We will start with the budget, and the budget needs a lot of focus. So we'll come back again, everyone. Let's go to the budget. Okay, so in the budget, we have two options to practice. Like, I mean, we will talk about it, and then we will have we have a very short presentation, and then we will develop a budget for a single proposal. So let's see. I will share the budget. Okay. We didn't cover some of the sessions because I think we will make them for the last for the time we will both decide. We will all decide when to do it. Because if we discussed like the session number 11, we will lose time. We will not have enough time for the budget. Okay, so very quickly, I will go through the presentation just to get the main ideas, and then we start to practice. Usually, when we draft the budget of the proposal, we will need to learn how to draft the master budget, which is the overall budget of the project, and then we need to learn how to do the detailed budgets for single activities. Sometimes we have like one of the difficulties we receive from donors is that they do a lot of details, like, and very detailed review, and a lot of comments on the budget. We need to learn how to respond to it, or at least we need to learn to develop good budgets that they don't have to comment on that. So one of the challenges, it's the same like the proposals. There are like thousands of 100,000s of donors. Everyone has their own proposal template, and also they use different budget templates. This is really difficult. It makes a lot of difficulty for every NGO. Here, what we will learn is how much. Let's see, we will learn how to develop the different type of or different components of the budget, regardless of the donor, and then we can accommodate. We can do some adaptation so that every donor or every budget would be fit for every donor. Okay, Baraka, can you hear me now? I have a comment from Baraka or a message. How about others? Is there any difficulty to listen to my voice? Hello? Are you able to confirm? I mean, not only Baraka, but everyone, please.
Yes, I hear you. Yes.
Okay. I felt like I'm just talking to myself. That's fine. Okay, so let's we will come back to practice so that everyone of you could participate even more. So usually the budget healer, every budget, or the best way to start learning about drafting the budget is to learn that there is a number, like number item, then this is the first part of like the template. So number, item, unit cost, number of units, duration in months. So please make sure that when we draft the proposal, the budget, we never draft budget in weeks. It's for months, like for months, the duration, then percentage covered by the donor, and the subtotal for each budget line or budget item. So usually we should learn this item, then item in which unit, and then unit cost, number of units, duration, percent, and total. It would be very important to remember this. And most of the components that we find used by donors, there could be project staff salary and other related costs. So for example, the staff salaries could be the health insurance, social insurance, life insurance, whatever. It could be available in the project budget or project staff. And then this component. Second component would be activities, materials, goods, and supplies. All the project activities, regardless of the type, in construction or whatever, could be number two. If we are buying supplies, if we are distributing something, if we are conducting awareness sessions, awareness campaigns, cleaning campaigns, hiring mobile clinics, providing services in mobile clinics, rehabilitation of schools, health centers, everything could be part of two. Number three could be equipment. The equipment, depending on the donor. Some donors, they just think equipment related to the staff could be in number three, or we could, if we are buying any equipment, we could include in number three. This is like different from donor to donor. Number four, we could have contracts with suppliers and contractors. So for example, if we are building anything, could be buying or moving anything, distributing anything, like for example, cash for food, cash for work, and conditional cash, cash for protection, cash for food. cash for education, we could do it as part of contracts. So usually we contract a cash transfer agency or a bank, and then they distribute the cash every month or regularly as we want, and then they could be under 4. 5 is travel and transportation. Anything related to travel to the field or travel abroad outside of the country, any budget related to field visits, follow-up visits. Maybe if we engage stakeholders or governmental people traveling with us to do follow-up for the project, we need to include their budget in number 5. If we are going to rent a car, whether daily basis or monthly basis, or for the whole lifetime of the project, we include the budget in number 5. Number 6 is grants to sub-implementing partners, NGOs. If we are having a local partner, NGO, then the total budget with the details could be part of number 6. Number 7 is the operational cost, anything related to office rent, office supplies, utilities, communication, internet, anything related to operation cost is in number 7. Number 8, we like it is a common practice with donors that usually they give overhead costs, admin costs, which is 7%. This is commonly used. And also some donors, they just refuse to give the NGOs 7% because they don't have, or they cannot at the level. So for example, if you are having an agreement with one international agency in your country, it means that you don't guarantee that this international agency in your country is going to give you 7%. Because usually 7% goes to the headquarters, maybe in Europe, London, in the US or wherever. So the 7% is the ticket from the donor, but they might not give you as implementing partner. They might not give you the 7%. Also, there is a contingency. Some donors, they agree to give you 5% as a contingency. There is any change in the budget, you can still send justification and ask this donor to release 5% additional cost to support or to respond to like sudden, let's say, variation or need within the budget during the implementation. So these are the most important things we need to consider. This is, for example, a detailed budget for one activity. Very quickly, like for example, you need to decide how much you give for the trainer. The item is the trainer. So for example, we are doing a training activity for 30 nurses on infection prevention. So we will have a trainer. The item is a trainer. The unit is person. So unit cost, we think it's like $100. Number of units, just one trainer. It will work for 4 days, covered 100%. So $500 only for the trainer. The same for facilitator, but will be 20. Training hall or hall rent will be like a hall in terms of unit, $100 repeated. The number of units, just one, so repeated 4 days. And I just want you to remember, once we draft a detailed budget for a single activity, we use days, not months. So we are talking in days. So this is 4 days. We end up in 400. So then we have stationery. We see person, 10 people, for example. A number, no unit cost $10 for 30 participants, just once. Then we end up like this. The same for coffee break and lunch. We have the cost. We increase the number of because we have the trainer, facilitator, and any other guests that are participating during the training. So we have the budget for coffee, lunch, transportation, travel allowance. DSA is abbreviation for dietary subsistence allowance, or daily subsistence allowance, which is we say in Arabic al-badal al-yawmi, badal al-safar. we call badal al-safar or the travel costs, the daily travel cost. We say DSA. It could cover the hotel. It could cover. Sometimes we have a separate one. It's called accommodation. So it could be like a different line, have different budget line or budget item. And we see the unit cost and the number of units and duration, 100%. So we end up of having really huge budget for this. Then we have documentation and media. Sometimes we need a budget for documenting the different activities. So we pay for media people to come collect a story and publish in newspapers or in TVs. Here we see lump sum, or we see total, or we see unit. So how can we describe this item? So this is lump sum. So we give them a very specific amount. We don't have details. So $100 once 100%. So we end up having this. The same for the banner of the training. Then we calculate so this is the budget for a single activity, which is training 30 nurses in or on infection prevention. The same for, like, for example, if we are designing and printing brochures, we will have the cost for the design. Sometimes we do the cost for printing and brochures and posters, and then we end up in like again we have awareness toolkit. So the different type of awareness tools, brochures, posters, and awareness toolkits. Different prices. Unit here is different. So here we said kit, poster, brochure, and here we said lump sum, like the total. And we have number of units, duration in 1 month, so, or 1 day, or whatever, and then we end up having $4,800. This is just a detail for designing and printing awareness material that contains several detailed activities. Okay, things to include in the budget. Usually don't forget about the M&E budget. So you need to make sure to cover the field monitoring visits, salaries for M&E officers, budgets for evaluation activities. You really need to put this in mind. Budget is on market cost, so please keep market costs, and you could add just 10% or less, so that you don't seem as someone who is exaggerating and putting like more budget than needed. If we can get how much exactly is the cost of some budget items by contacting some agencies who are working with the same donor, or sometimes the cluster members, if we are working in humanitarian clusters. This is helping very much to bring very accurate budget data that helps the donor to feel safe and to see that you are professional. I remember one time the donor rejected one proposal when we were reviewing a WASH project, and because the agency they added, or they had a budget item is it was basic hygiene kit, and then they put just $10, and the donor was very angry, or the cluster coordinator. He said no, they should know that the basic hygiene kit costs $30. So because of this budget item, just this, he rejected the budget. He said they don't know anything in the sector, so I will not give them the approval for their budget. So that's why the more you know exactly if the cluster have a different price or cost for different budget items, this is helping you to have as much accurate budget as possible. Based on EU funding and calls for proposals, usually they mention ineligible costs. For example, that's if there are like future losses or liabilities, costs for beneficiaries that are funded by different or another work or program, to buy lands or build, like for example, offices or whatever. Losses arising from exchange services, like the depreciation of the currency, they don't cover that. Sometimes credit to third parties, they don't allow this. And sometimes the salaries of the government, it's not sometimes, every time all donors are rejecting to pay salaries for government employees. Thank you so much. I think we have finished the presentation, and let's practice. We are running out of time. It's difficult a little bit, but we will manage. So for example, I just want to make sure, David, are you here? We can select your proposal.
Yes.
Yeah, so we can select the proposal because you are with us. Hopefully you already know the activities, but we can practice on the same project. So I am sharing the screen on portal. Let's practice how to do the budget. And then we can download the budget as Excel sheet. We can work on that and update. So what we will do is that we add a new budget. We have category, and then we have budget lines. So let's start with the categories. So we will have the staff and other personal costs. We added. This is just one category. So we need to add another budget category, which is supplies, commodities, and materials. We have another budget category, equipment. Okay, contractual services, number 4. Travel, okay. Transfer to and grants to counterparts if we have implementing partners. And then we have general operation costs and other direct costs. The last is if we need to have anything else, or we could just finish. But we can still add like some items if we want. Like
Okay.
if we want to add, for example, contingency, we can see other, and then we write contingency. It's although not all the donors accept.
Yeah, there's probably none in this project.
Yes, yeah, okay. So let's say contingency, and then we could delete it, just to show that we have contingency.
Okay.
Yes, it's here. So let's say for the overhead costs, it's usually available with here. What we need to do is that we can decide what percentage we want to take from the donor in terms of overhead costs or admin costs. Usually it's 7%, but you can change. Some donors, they accept 9%. Some donors, they give also more than 15% only to cover the admin costs and overhead costs of the NGO.
7 is correct.
Okay, so 7 is good. So let's go for staff and other personal costs. Usually we will start with the project manager. So that manager, we know that the unit is person.
Yes.
Because we could just bring like another number, but we could just have estimates.
This is going to be monthly.
Yeah, exactly. So let's say it's just for learning. It's just for learning. Let's just write $600.
That's about right. I was going to say 500, but 600 is better.
Okay, great. Okay, quantity, of course, project manager is just one. For months, I don't know at the duration of the project. So let's
7.
The duration is from start 7th of August and in 27. Okay, so 7 months, let's say, because the system will not accept if we had more. Let's say that the donor will give us. Okay, you know, David, because you had many donors and you decided how much each donor should cover.
Yeah, I don't have, I try to add one more donor and is that, that's, I need 5% more.
Okay, I think
That's okay.
I would recommend just to keep one donor for that. You don't need to divide it to this level.
Okay. It's going to be 2.
Okay.
And Plan International.
Okay, so let me do direct. We consider this is a direct item.
Yes.
Budget line, and then we will request admin costs to be included as part of it, and then we see. Okay, don't mind, because now the division here, it needs to be 100%. Because of 555. So I think what we will do is that before we save, we will lose it and repeat. It's fine. We go to cover page. Which donors do you want to keep?
Advent Health is the donor of the hardware. The project cost is going to be Plan International.
Okay, so let me delete Marietta. Okay.
There's a delete button there.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so let's just delete, and then we will change the percentage. And you say based Romanian Adventist. We can just delete. And
okay.
Then we edit this to 30%. Okay.
Yes.
So let's hope we could end up having like very clear budget. Okay, let's go to the budget again. Yeah, so I will add the project manager. Okay.
Oh, again.
Yeah, it's okay. It's just one. Yeah, so we will have person 600.
600. 1.
7 months. 100%. Direct admin costs. So now the total is 100%, so it's acceptable.
Okay.
So we have this budget, and the donors is like we have divided that. Okay. Then we will need, for example, we will need meal officer, monitoring, evaluation, accountability, and learning officer, for example. It will be like a person. Cost, let's say we will give just 400. It's just like or 500 maybe. Okay, let's keep it like this. 7 months. Charge is 100%. Direct admin costs should be included, and then we see. Okay, perfect. Who else we will need? Maybe. Can we see IT, because your project is related to that?
Yeah, it's hard. It's hardware. I don't know what you would call it. IT specialist.
Yeah, maybe we could. Yes, we can have IT specialist to help in the procurement, and will help also in the implementation.
Installation.
Yes, and also in the training, maybe, or the teaching. So
yeah.
Okay, so persons cost maybe, let's say 500. That's just like we think you could review and change the figures as you wish.
Yeah.
7 months. Usually we encourage NGOs to have more months, so it's 12 months would be much better, but it depends. The more you have months, or the longer you have months, the more budget you need. So sometimes it's good. Short time projects, but difficult to implement. Okay, what kind of
trainer? A trainer. Generally, IT specialists are not as good at training, especially. So I need a specific trainer.
You mean someone who will work like 7 months, like as a full time? Or will just go for conducting some activities?
Half of the project.
Okay, so I think if it's not full time, it's just like
Okay.
helping in conducting activities. We can have them. I will usually I've been asked by this. How should I know that I should put this person as a staff or as a consultant? Like I hired a consultant. Like what is the difference between a staff and a consultant or a trainer? And
Probably
why
full-time to part-time.
this is not enough? Because I can
No?
add this person here, and we can have only like 3 months.
I see.
The main difference is that are you going to pay taxes like income tax, and are you
Yes,
going to have social insurance, health insurance for this person? If no,
I see.
then you don't consider as a staff.
I see.
Okay, so we can here, for example, hire a consultant to a consultant
Dash, trainer.
trainer, yes, on ICT, right? Can you see this?
Yes, correct.
At the targeted schools.
Yes.
Unit here you can see consultant, okay, or you could see something else. We can see for example unit, like, because sometimes it's not just the cost of the trainer, you might include even the travel costs. Maybe you could have other costs for this person. You could include it as like total. So for example, let's say how much you will give this person to work like in 3 months. So we can have it like total. Let's say that you will give this person 1,500. Let's see.
That sounds,
Yeah. So quantity is 1 month. We don't repeat. It's just once. Like you calculate this budget.
yes.
And then the charge will be 100%. Of course, direct cost, admin cost, and then we see. Perfect. Let's have another item. Are you going to procure computers or tablets, laptops?
Those are donated by a hospital system. I need shipping from USA.
Okay. So we see costs of shipping of computers.
Yeah, computers.
Maybe we and ICT tools. Maybe there might be something else.
Yes.
Cost of shipping from the USA to Romania. So here also we can have, because we don't know exactly what type of budget we will have. So we can see unit, or sometimes we have what is called lump sum, or sometimes we just add activity. Let's see if we have it. No, okay, unit. So the cost, maybe the shipping, I don't know, but do you have like any amount in mind?
Roughly $25.
25 for all, or just for one?
Per item, per unit.
Okay. Yeah, if you know exactly, we can have it like per unit.
And 500. 500.
Yeah, okay, so 500, and here we just do it once because it's just one time. And then we need 100% covered this way, and we save. So we ended up having like a huge amount of money.
It may be too high.
You know, the best way to do this sometimes for the shipping, the best way is not to do it like this. The best way is that you could edit it, and the total we have, which is 12,500. You put it as cost here, 12,000 500. And quantity, you mentioned it just one time because you want to do the shipping just once.
Yeah.
And you end up having the same amount, and then because you might have to do like a tender or like a procurement process. So it needs to be very clear that this is that all the amount will go to one agency, for example, one shipping agency. So sometimes this is much better to do it like to divide it for each laptop or computer.
A container doesn't cost 12.5, but it may now. I'm not sure with the current prices.
Okay, so you think it's even less?
It's probably somewhere between 5,000 and 6,000.
Okay. We could reduce or we could keep, and then you could make sure
keep
that
for now.
yes.
Yeah.
Perfect. So what activity we will also have? Are you going to have, like, for example, development of curriculum, for example, or anything?
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Are you going to develop a curriculum?
Yes.
Okay, so develop ICT curriculum by hiring a consultant. It's the same like that.
Yes.
By hiring an expert. Okay. The same, we can see person or we can see unit, depending on how do you want, like,
I would go same as the trainer.
Okay, so let's cost 100,000 once we give it once and charge 100%.
I mean,
Safwan, I think.
Because- sorry. Okay, so we will save. Okay, are you going to print some the curriculum and distribute?
Yes.
Print how many? 500 copies of the curriculum. Sometimes you want to do a workshop to discuss the curriculum with more experts before you do the printing, for example. Okay, so you might have to do conduct a workshop with participation of stakeholders and the Ministry of Education. I don't know if you name it.
That's correct.
Okay, so Ministry of Education, other ICT experts and relevant education agencies. Okay, so we might do it, and then you will have you could have unit.
Yes.
You could have the cost. Maybe it would cost. Let's say it could cost
15. Yeah, that's what I was.
Yes, great. Once 100 direct costs, admin costs. I was thinking to do before we finalize this, to what extent we can add more units, because we don't have a lot of options. Here are the units and the raw data. So we can add, for example, we can add activity. See, we can add lump sum, because we need to have options. Is
LUMP.
It's P, right? Not
He is in Paul or Peter.
Yeah, I felt it was okay. Great that you noticed this. What else? What kind of units we don't have? Right.
I don't know where transportation does that, and how does transportation and travel?
Sometimes for the travel we could use person because we have person if we are calculating for persons.
I see.
Yeah, so let's go again to the proposals. Yeah, sorry, yes, we need to get into.
Do you see my title?
Yes, now is very good. The only thing I want to add is, can we see improve like improve access of high school high school computer learning, improve the access of refugees maybe or child refugees to high school computer learning in Romania. I think we need to have action. Now it's a name without action. Can we see even improve the access to high school computer learning in Romania?
Yes.
Yeah, just this, so that we feel there is an action. Okay, let's go back to the budget. So I think we, because I was not satisfied by having unit every time. So
yes.
For example, we can have here let's say lump sum. Okay. Okay, this is good. Here we can have activity. Activity. Okay. Here also could be lump sum. Curriculum, hiring an expert, it will be also lump sum. It's much better, although it's now we are repeating, but it's fine. Because we are used to lump sum, not unit. What kind of activities we are really need to do? Are you going to have, for example, let's see, what other activities? I'm trying to remember the first day when we were discussing the problems tree you have. If you remember any activity, can you just advise here to add?
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Awareness campaign for the fathers. Conduct awareness campaign or sessions, maybe let's see sessions for fathers and mothers of the targeted beneficiaries, or for member of the communities. It's fine. You can change it as you like. Here we can see activity. Let's see that every awareness session, just we are assuming $50. Let's see, I'm not sure.
Going to be six schools.
In 6 schools. Okay, so we can be like we can have 100, and for 6 schools. Then we do it just once.
Yes.
100%. Direct costs, admin, we see. What else do we have? Have we already printed the curriculum? Okay.
I think so. We prepared it, we developed it, we didn't print. So
yes.
It's
print.
Is that documentation?
And no, but like for example, you have a document, but as PDF. Now you want to print it as a book, so you give it to the students. So print 500 copies of the ICT curriculum. because now it was developed, reviewed, and ready for printing. Then you have, we can see, maybe we can see even units here. We can see unit, whatever it is. The cost, maybe let's see, I don't know how much because it's like a book. It could be a little bit.
$3 per book.
Or at least $5 just to be safe.
Okay.
Because you might have a very like nice design and color.
Yeah.
So 500 once that charge 100 direct admin costs, and then we see. Okay. What else do we have of activities? You could continue adding. At least we got like all.
Yeah, this is a good idea. Correct.
Yeah, you can continue. Yeah, so for equipment, sometimes you might need to buy some equipment. At least you need laptops for, or you might have from the ones you will get from those.
Yeah, they're donated.
Yes, so maybe camera,
furniture.
Okay. Yes, office furniture, or you mean furniture to the schools so that you can install the computers?
Yeah, I see. I don't know if these classrooms are wired or if they're equipped to.
Okay. Now we will add activity here actually, or maybe let's keep it.
I mean, they might have 1 or 2 outlets in a room, but you're going to need more than that.
Yeah. So office, maybe furniture and electric
connections.
You're going to need Wi-Fi modems and.
Yeah, if it is going to go to the beneficiaries, not to your office, then we will keep them here. If
yeah, it will go there and stay there.
Yeah. Okay. So let's do more than one. So we have office furniture. We can see here. If we don't know, we can have lump sum.
Yes.
Cost. Let's say maybe you will need at least $1,000. I'm not sure. Maybe you can reduce or add just once. 100% direct admin costs added, and okay. And by the way, we forgot here to add, if we want, like in terms of the salaries, we can have like, for example, the programs manager or head of program or whomever, maybe the finance manager, for example, of your organization. Let's say finance manager. He might not be just an officer that is devoting 100% of his time or her time, depending on who he is or she is. Then at this level, we can see a person. The cost, let's see, because he's a finance manager, maybe his salary is, let's say, 700. The quantity is just 1 person, 7 months. But here the charge, because he's not devoting 100% of his time or her time, we could
20.
have 20 maybe, or 30, let's say.
30 is good.
Because we need to make sure, 30, let's say. And so now, because we don't charge 100%, so we could see this is indirect support, we can consider. It's not direct now. And then we will not ask for admin costs.
I see. That's a good point. I'm glad you pointed that out.
Yeah, and then we see. We could also, if you have a director for the NGO, or I don't know, is it the country director or whomever?
Country director.
Yeah, you might end up adding so many, but it's just to show how we do the budget, at least at this level. So the same, we will have a person. Let's say it's just 1,000 the salary, and then quantity 7 months, percentage, let's say 20%. We have not. Wow, what a figure! It's a lot of numbers here, I think. Okay, indirect, can we have different figure? Let's see, 30%. Yeah, this is much better. It's just to remove this figure. Okay, admin costs we might not include. Also, it will be indirect, not direct, and then we see. This is the way we do it. Like that's why we have included this. This is support and this is direct. Like anyone that is not 100%, we consider not direct costs, and we don't request admin costs as part of it. Okay, so of office furniture, we mentioned that.
Electronic equipment.
Yes, electronic equipment needed for installation of computers at the six targeted schools. Okay, that's 6 targeted schools. So we can see here lump sum, I think. The cost maybe, how much do you think? 500, more, less?
300 per clinic, I mean, per school,
Okay.
or 200 per school.
Okay, so we could,
1,200.
you know, so we can see like this. We can see a unit. If you and we have like 6 schools.
6.
Just once, 100% direct costs, admin and C. The same we could also have like the total, and that's it.
Okay.
I would prefer the total, by the way. Why? Because it helps you to have just like, for example, or sometimes you have details. You know, sometimes you have in the Excel sheet, you open a tab and then you specify for each school.
Yes.
Let's keep it. I mean, if at the end is good. Is still good. Okay, what else do we have in terms of equipment? No more?
No, let's go with this for now.
Okay, so contractual services, if you are going to install this by having your IT consultant that you hire, or
Yes.
by this IT specialist that you already have as part of your staff, then you don't need to contract with any agency to help you in the installment.
Okay, I think we're good.
Yeah, so sometimes if you don't have, we just neglect this place. Travel, we need to have DSA costs, which is daily subsistence allowance cost for field visits. We could assume like as unit or lump sum, and then we divide as we want. For example, we could devote at least $1,000 or euros, depending on the. By the way, did you select the US dollars or euros or what?
Dollar.
Okay, because I didn't wasn't that okay. Because now I'm calculating in dollar because it's in my like by default I have dollar.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe we could devote $100 per month. We could also even do more.
Probably 2.
Yeah, and the quantity could be just once, but we could have it for 7 months so that it covers any coordination we can see for coordination and follow up of implementation.
Okay.
We have 100%. We have direct admin costs receive. Okay, we could have now car rental, because if the area is far, you could have you might need a car rental.
Yes.
Whether we can see car or we can see unit, depends.
5 days a month.
Yes, 5 days a month. Then we can calculate in monthly basis. So how much is the day, for example? How much each day?
Let's say $50.
Okay, so it's like we could have 250. Then we have the quantity is 6 months, or it's just 1 and 6 months. 100 direct admin save. Great. Maybe you don't have implementing partner, right?
No.
Okay, so we will just keep it like this. General operation cost, operating cost. Maybe you need office rent.
Yes.
It could be months or it could be unit. Cost, let's just assume, I don't know how much it is, but let's assume it's 500 a month. Let's assume. You can change it. And then quantity 1, a month, we have 7 months. Charge, you could charge 30%, for example, just like that. And here we could consider indirect and support. We could ask for admin or no, and then we see.
When the computers come, they're going to be quality controlled, and programs are going to need to be installed on each device.
You know what happened to my mind? You might need a warehouse.
I do, small, but I guess 500. Yeah, a warehouse workshop. I don't know.
Warehouse, maybe
warehouse is good. Just that.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, usually because this is direct, we could not making it like as a direct, as a general operating.
I see.
We could have it as here as a main activity. We could have it here and there. I mean, we should decide, but we can see now. Let's add costs for installment of the quality control,
software.
right?
Software.
Of software and quality control. Okay. Okay, and then you could have here, let's say, lump sum maybe.
Yeah.
How much do you think this will cost? Maybe we can just assume, let's say $1,000, or maybe
$2 per computer, probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's keep it. No,
it's too low.
I would go with 1,500.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can see it just once, months just once, charge 100%. Direct admin, we see. Let's keep the warehouse cost as part of the operation cost for now, and then you decide. Maybe we can see contract.
That's good.
Cost could be, let's say, maybe you would need $500. Quantity once, maybe you need it at least for 3 months before you make sure you are distributing and installing. A charge, it could be 100%.
Yes.
If you are just doing it for this activity, if you have already another warehouse, you might charge less than 100%. Maybe you could ask for admin costs or no, but let's. I think I mentioned it's direct. It's fine. It's fine. Like, let me edit. It could be just indirect. Okay, what else? We have stationery. Office stationery. Stationery, then we could have lump sum, could cost, let's say, maybe 200 per month. So it could be like this, or maybe even less if we think this is a lot. We could charge 100%, more or less, as we know this, because everything here we will consider indirect. Do we need office utilities? You know, I was going to say in Arabic, electricity, internet, and water. Office utilities.
How do you label that? Lump sum?
Yes, lump sum. So maybe we need to clarify here, electricity. Electricity. Oh, yes, water. Sometimes internet. Everything that is repeated on monthly basis. We could do it like this, lump sum, yes. Cost. Let's say we bought $200. Quantity just once, 7 months. I don't know if we charge 100% or just 3%.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. What else? Communication costs. Communication costs. You will need to have for each staff, you cover some of their calling, communicating.
Yes.
So for example, you could have $20. You have how many staff you have who are, at least for those who are 100% recruited. So it's okay. Let's do it for 5 staff. 7 months. Let's see how much it costs. Or we could also have only 30% of that indirect costs, and we see. Now we already have like $47,000. Still is not huge budget. Okay, you know, there is an activity we forgot about. It was about training teachers.
TOT, can we say TOT?
Training. David, do you remember? We have training teachers.
Yes.
On how to use ICT. And can we assume that we are going to train 120 teachers or less, more?
Six schools, probably 4, 5 per school.
Okay, so we could see 30
teachers
on how to use ICT in the targeted schools. And then we will do activity. The cost, if they are from different regions, you might have 2 different trainings, or you might bring them to one area, which will cost a lot. So just in case, we will just assume that you will have to spend at least 6,500, and you can have the more details. Or if you are going to do it 2 different trainings, we can have, for example, 3,200 for each training, and then you do 2 separate ones, just to keep it once here, and then like this. Okay, admin, okay. For contingency, as long as you think it's not applicable, we could just delete.
I see.
If you think it's applicable, we can take this total. Then we calculate like the total by 0.05, and we found out how much it costs.
Let's keep it.
So if we keep it, let's have the total. without this. Sorry, I clicked on downloading the Excel sheet. So let's have the total without this 0.4, and then we add it like this. So contingency to cover the uncalculated budget
Budget items.
budget items. Okay, uncalculated budget items. So unit will be lump sum. The cost. How can we do that? We can have this the cost, all the total of the budget.
Yeah.
Then the quantity once, months once, and here we can have. I'm not sure if we can calculate that in portal, but we can have it like this, and then we consider it total, maybe admin, and then we see. Let's see if portal will calculate. Yeah. So okay, this is very few.
That's not much. Is that correct? Is that because it's 0.05? 10% should be.
Yeah. So
it's
yes,
about 10% should be 25,000. I mean, 5,400. So
yeah, it should be 2,700. It was supposed to be, which means that we will edit, okay, and have 2,000. Let's say $2,700. And we do it like this, 100%. You know, I did it wrong when I did a percentage. I forgot that it's percentage. Yeah, so we can keep the same, okay, if we want.
okay.
And we do here 5, yes, because it's percentage. Okay. Now it couldn't be divided for the donors. Okay, so
That looks better.
Yeah, but because of these points, so we I think let's just keep 2,700. We make it easy, and we see here 100%. How many points we have here? Okay, let me see, because you know we have a lot of points here. Okay. Let me see what's wrong.
I guess if possible to get to the right cost, the last cost, put it as it is, and put this 500.
Yeah, maybe we can see even like 1,700, and we can see here 1,000. You could have different figures, but the same total.
Yeah.
So it should be fine. Okay. So let's say now we have the budget. We can download. Now it's ready. What we will do is that we will download the budget in Excel sheet. So we have already the name of the proposal, and then we will share the Excel sheet. So we are already now out of time, but we are about to finish. Okay. Yes. So now I'm sharing the budget. So this is the budget we all developed in the Excel sheet. If anyone, what did I do? Okay. If anyone wants to share it with any donor, you could work on portal, and then you after that you could download it like this. You can also improve the way it's presented. like this, for example. Also, we could just fix these issues, but yeah, it's ready. Like we will have this budget like this. Okay, if we want also to improve the design like this. Nice. Maybe okay. We make sure. Yes, now is good. So this is the budget of the project. You could use it anytime and send it to the donor, or you could also work on that. For example, if the donor need more details, what you will do, for example, you have one of the activities. Let's say electronic equipment, you put some number, or office furniture. If the donor tells you, please, we need more details on this, you will create a tab
Yes.
under the same like 3
And break it down.
Yeah, and then you break down this one, and the donor can read it. So
Correct.
this is it's done. I don't think we need to spend more time. Hopefully you enjoyed developing the proposal. I mean the budget too.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I hope this training was as like we hope it meets your expectation. We hope you enjoyed the process and learning. Thank you so much for your patience. Let's agree on the best time we meet again, at least for 3 hours, let's say, so that we present what you have been achieving and we give you comments. And don't forget that you have certificates, but we will never send it to you unless we see the proposals.
Okay.
Okay, then. So you mean we meet tomorrow or on Sunday?
I don't think, because it's holiday, means weekend, it's difficult. So,
yeah, so just
for me, I'm
to make
fine.
it-
For me, I'm fine,
Yeah,
but it's difficult for everyone. So can we agree on Monday? Like we meet Monday or Tuesday, which is the best day you could?
Monday.
Monday. Okay, this is great.
Well,
so we will send the email as mentioning that we will meet from the same timing. We start same timing. We end at 1 p.m. So we make it shorter.
okay.
What time?
Oh, come on.
Okay, so we will send another link and we mention the time of the meeting on Monday.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, Baraka, yes.
Yes, sorry. I wanted to suggest.
Yes.
Because we are to meet on Monday with something on our hands that has been done, so at least we can review even a bit.
Yeah. If you need time, we can extend so that you work on
the tomorrow it is weekend, and therefore I would suggest, if we agree, we do it on Tuesday, so that we leave again Monday, we prepare well, so at least we meet while we have something on our hands. It would be more better than rushing, and then we meet again.
I totally agree.
Completed well.
Okay. Okay, then we will, let's meet on Tuesday at 10 a.m. at the same timing. I think for David it's not 10, it's 9, or maybe it's 8, maybe it's 9, right? Or the same time. David, are you in the same time zone?
I'm in Prague. I'm in.
Oh, okay. Okay, so
hours.
you are 2 hours late. So you are starting at 8.
That's not a problem. That's good.
Perfect. So let's keep the same timing for 3 hours. Hopefully you will. I will keep seeing the progress in portal, so I will know that you are all working or not. So let's hope I see every proposal coming to 100%. So thank you so much for your patience, especially you are the last ones now. Thank you so much.
Mr. Adel, what is so important to you now is to make sure that all the materials is shared with us today.
Exactly.
So that they can continue guiding us forward
on when we are trying to develop this proposal so that we are going to have a full completed proposal.
Great. So what I will do now is that I will share with you the last two sessions. So even the one that I didn't explain yet, for example, session 11, I will share it, and then I will also let's see, this is okay. I will also share the budget that is developed. I will share
Video.
yes, so now I think we will find it. And also we will send you email directly from portal where you receive, although the title will be due diligence, but you will find all these documents in your email. You can download them directly from the email. So we can do that, but later, of course, not today, but we can do that so that you can have easy access to download them.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adel.
Thank you so much for everyone, and let's keep in touch on LinkedIn. And yes, I will be happy to keep communicating every time possible. Thank you very much, and have a nice weekend for those who have today the last working day, and enjoy your work tomorrow for those who are still working tomorrow. Thank you so much, and looking forward to see you on Tuesday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Your Arabic is good.
Yeah, it's really good in this.
That sounds good. Yes. So we can learn from each other. You teach us English, and we teach you Arabic.
Yeah, he is really good.
Bye.
So we will have the chance to learn a lot.
Yes. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much, Dr. Adel.
Thank you a lot.
Have a nice weekend.
You too. Thank you so much.
So yeah, you didn't go to the wedding party of the daughter of the king.
No, unfortunately, no.
So bye, ciao, ciao.
Bye, ciao in Italian.
Ciao, ciao.
Bye.
Bye.